Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
What now?
Should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Immediately, it's not
don't want reality.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
You made a huge, tiny mistake.
Right now. So hot right now.
Everything are the same word.
What you talking about?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and
Close
gentlemen.
it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
Immediately, if not sooner.
China. I have to have my China.
He looks good, and he looks fine.
Jesus, I say that. That's hot.
Well, here we are again. Floating aimlessly through space. So much to do, so little time, so we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. This flight through the unknown may encounter some turbulence. Okay. Who's here? Disco Wolf, Donald Duck, and Moanoa put first, second, and third in the YouTube chat. Soul Life, Omega Star, Aaron W. Bob Carmody. PB, Sky High. Nightbot's here. Okay, Orb Rimmer. Good to see you all. A lot to talk about. I don't know if you heard, but Donald Trump did a tell-all interview for his upcoming presidential term here on NBC. We'll be talking about that, but first we have some regular and other sort of American stuff to hit on before we get to that. So, no time like the present. And since it's approaching the holiday times, I figured we'd talk about the holidays here to start off, as people file in from the cold. Start here in a place called Rochester, New York. They have a very strange holiday tradition that they're talking about here. Let's take a look.
Happening tonight, a different type of tree lighting that's fit just for Rochester. We're talking about the colossal keg tree at the Genesee Brew House.
Yeah, this has become our own tradition to be sure folks there getting ready for the main event, which is happening very soon, the famous lighting of the tree. Gio Battaglia live there once again for us. What is going on? How's the feels out there? Gio.
The feels are great, Adam and Teresa, you know, and we're about 30 minutes out from that keg tree lighting. But another beauty here tonight is the crowd. Let's take a look at what we're seeing here tonight. The event is in its 10th year, which organizers told me earlier.
So the thing that they're excited about is this large dome structure in the back here.
Today just ups the ante surrounding the tree and lining that Genesee Brewery parking lot. Food, merchandise, of course, beer, music. Now, right down the way, we did see the reopening of the Ponte Run Bridge earlier today. Just another perk and easy access point to tonight's festivities. We've seen people walking up and down, and those we've talked to say it is beautiful. Again, the lighting is at 6:30, so there is still time to get down here. Traffic is heavy, but we will check back in a bit. And of course, have a
hey, I'm on TV. So now this is what the tree apparently looks like when lit up. Pretty cool looking, not gonna lie. Apparently it's made entirely out of kegs. That's right, beer kegs, because the Genesee Brewing Company is apparently located right here. Pretty interesting. Strange tradition, undoubtedly. But a tradition nonetheless. Now let's see how Chicago is doing the holidays. Ooh, very fancy. They even got this jazz in the back. Very, very classy. Okay. Alright, it's just this. Let's see, I'm sure we got some more stuff to look at. Let's hold on. Oh yeah, alright. So festive and wonderful. Although the lack of snow makes it feel more like Halloween, not gonna lie. Is it just me? Or do you need snow to make these lights really pop? Otherwise, it's like a combination between Halloween and future Tron world, I guess. I'm sure when the snow does come down, it's gonna look super sweet. Anyway, yeah, looks like Chicago's at least preparing themselves here for festivities with all sorts of Christmas lighting, music. Alright. Now, I don't know how all of your Thanksgivings went individually, but looks like Daily Wire's been trying to make some incredibly cringy holiday content. Let's go here to the Majority Report.
Michael Knowles? We haven't heard from him. What has this guy been doing? Is he still on the air? Oh, I guess he's been taking a vacation from maybe his show. Has he been doing a show? What's been going on with that?
I don't know, but, you know, he's a TikTok creator at the very least now. They're doing skits. And this is his depiction of
Thanksgiving meal.
Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh my God, I can already like.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
There's already someone with blue hair.
Get somebody with professional.
Oh, yeah.
We get it.
You can clearly tell.
Try something new.
You can clearly tell that these are liberals at the table. Do liberals celebrate Thanksgiving? It's very confusing.
Might be.
Everybody's wearing jackets.
Yay, Uncle Knowles is back. Back again. Knowles is back.
Alright, so
is there a music problem?
Well, probably not your friend.
I mean, it's a TikTok. Okay. It's under 30 seconds.
All right, well, let's just, no, let's keep the music down until he,
But you get a sense he's playing, you know, Eminem.
Okay, time for music.
Very...
What's that, baby?
You just gave her a baby? Okay, oh, right. Come on, you childless cat lady. Have a baby. You, pal. Have a cigar, of course.
Well, okay, wait. Okay.
Now I'll turn it up because he's going to speak.
Everybody thankful for.
Okay.
I love how his nephews and nieces look older than he does.
He's trying to make them into conservatives again. It was basically about whatever.
Okay.
All right.
Right, abort.
So great.
All right, we got to know if there's music that we can't play on this show. We can't, obviously. It's a shame because that was so funny.
Come on. Come on, Sam.
Sound, I guess.
Good ruining
this thing is so weird.
The fun.
He's not convincing as the head of a household.
Well, that's
no, he really is not.
The same age as all
this guy has
people?
more facial hair than he does.
Purporting to be his kids.
What's the caption? Can you scroll up? Yeah, you're the conservative.
You're the conservative
uncle at Thanksgiving.
Oh, he's the conservative. I see.
I don't know why you let your uncle.
He's going to. He's.
It's a non-traditional family.
He's excited that Trump won, and he's mocking these people. But where are their? Just his nephews and nieces show up at the. Okay, keep going.
It's like I said, it's a non-traditional.
Put a baby in one of their hands.
Sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. They hate the libs.
It's like it's funny because it's like a self-parody.
What is
kind
that?
of thing.
You know what? Honestly, is shocking.
Is it a
to me about
firecracker?
this, and I know this is silly.
That he's childless?
No, that's not shocking to me. The production value of that is so bad.
Yeah.
That's something that honestly I would have shot 40 years ago with the VHS.
Sam throwing old school vintage shade at Daily Wire for their poorly produced content. A confetti cannon? Makes sense. You need projectiles at all Thanksgiving. Really all holidays. How can you have a holiday without projectiles? Impossible. It's physically impossible to do. Thankfully we have Uncle Knowles to the rescue. I guess it would be Uncle Michael? right? Because I guess everybody's name at the table would be ostensibly Knowles or something like that. All right, let's go here now to something that I think we talked about a little while ago, but apparently this guy has now been sentenced to 120 years. We talked about this guy before. Oh God, I can't remember his name now. But he was a member of the 2x2's Christian cult that was alleged to have partaken in just an extraordinary amount of child sexual abuse, essentially, and other sorts of incredibly horrifying activities. So this story is going to be a little rough for some. Yeah. Just so you're aware of what's coming.
So a huge development today after a year-long investigation that we took on after getting a number of tips about an under-the-radar Christian sect known as the 2x2 Church. And not only did we expose decades of child sexual abuse, but several of the leaders who were committing the crimes.
This is our first follow-up since our investigation aired, as one of the church elders is now headed to prison for the rest of his life.
For each count 1, 12 years in the Department of Corrections, count 6, 12 years in the Department of Corrections, and count 10, 12 years in the Department of Corrections.
Raymond Zwiefelhofer was a leader in the secretive and isolated 2x2 Church until earlier this fall. He was convicted of possessing child sexual abuse material.
There were 87 files that were determined to be child sexual abuse material, or sometimes known as child pornography. The 10 charged files were all depicting children under the age of 15.
Zwiefelhofer was convicted of 10 counts and sentenced to 120 years in prison.
It's illegal simply to possess and for the defendant to know about it. In Arizona, if you're convicted on one count, it's a minimum of 10 years in prison.
Zwiefelhofer maintains his innocence.
I'm not guilty again. I like to make that clear. I would love to know how the jury found that I knowingly did this.
Zwiefelhofer, who is 61, had been a tech CEO. Ex-members tell us he was also a 2x2 church elder on and off for decades.
An elder leads a group of members in their home through church services. I would say there are almost always children.
Is it lagging? I feel like I can see lag. Oh, yep, it's lagging. Hold on, let me fix this. What's happening here? I think I know what's going on. Please hold. Sorry, everyone. Unintentional. Hopefully this solves itself. No, don't do that. There we go. All right.
Present in the home meetings.
The church is so secretive and isolated, most people haven't even heard of it. We've been investigating the Christian sect for more than a year now, specifically looking at the allegations of widespread child sexual abuse.
2x2 Church has a significant problem with child sexual abuse. It is systemic, and the cover-up of the abuse has been ongoing in the 2x2 Church for decades.
Cynthia Lyles is a private investigator who's been digging deep into the church and says she works regularly with the FBI.
Raymond Zwiefelhofer.
Is he a drag queen? All good questions. I see asking people questioning whether or not this guy is Mexican. Doesn't look Mexican, really. Although I guess that's a little bit reductive. But yeah, maybe the church is just full of Mexicans and transgender people, I guess. I don't know. It's confusing to me. It's all very confusing. I thought Christians were supposed to be the ones rooting all of this out, stopping it from happening. All the QAnoners seem to all be pretty big into Christian stuff. It's not making any sense.
Is one of most likely thousands. I have notified the FBI of over 1,000 accounts of child sex abuse and sex assault.
What makes the 2x2 Church so unique is the way it operates. Ministers of the church are known as workers, and live with members in their homes, usually for days at a time.
We're getting reports of child.
So yeah, it's nice to know that this guy is actually going to be spending time in jail, perhaps seemingly the rest of his life. We already talked about this earlier, so we're not going to get too deep into this. I just figured I'd give you the update on all of that, since I know some of you were here, watched this stream when we were talking about this the first time. It would seem, in some way, journalism is what caused all of this to actually come to fruition. For once. Now, let's see here. Let's go now here to, apparently, Jon Stewart's new podcast. Called The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart, where he had on Bernie Sanders to discuss the rebuilding of trust and efficacy in the government.
On Wednesday, the Skermeti case was
I forgot about this one.
argued.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, we go back. Wait, no, I meant pause. Don't go. Oh, God damn it. Please hold. Why do I suck at my job?
Let's spend some time on it, Senator.
Hold on, John. Hold on. I'm not ready for you. I forgot. We have a majority report. You're going to talk about the Skermeti case, which is the Supreme Court, the case that has now risen to the Supreme Court regarding trans care. Let's go now here.
On Wednesday, the Skermeti case was argued in front of the Supreme Court. We went over it with Ian Millhiser on Tuesday.
And then yesterday, we played a little bit of Sotomayor's questioning of the lawyer for Tennessee. All reports indicate that it appears as though the Supreme Court is going to side against trans people and in favor of the Tennessee broad sweeping ban on gender-affirming care for minors, which doesn't just uphold the Tennessee law, it sets a precedent for that to be the case throughout the land for any state that wants to do so.
Right. And as Ian Millhiser, suggested, there is plenty of Supreme Court precedents that in allowing one care for one gender, but not allowing that care for another gender, is and has been by Supreme Court precedent considered sex discrimination. Broadly speaking, they're talking about the way that the court has perceived sex in the past. You can go back and listen to that interview with Ian Millhiser to get more details.
And we talked earlier, I don't think they touched really on this. We talked earlier about Ketanji Brown Jackson's comparison of this case to Loving, which is an incredibly important foundational case on racial discrimination, interracial marriages, and it could all these cases like that could come into question if the court rules in this way.
Here is a 12-year-old trans girl. We don't know who she is, that is speaking out in front of the Supreme Court.
Whenever I go to big events, I'm a kid. Not no one, but people won't really take me seriously. And I find that frustrating. But you know what? In spite of all of that, I'm standing right here in front of the Supreme Court because I have the guts to make change, to do what's right, to make things better. And let me tell you something, I'm proud of being a trans girl. They might want to take away our rights, but they will never take away our existence and our pride.
Good for her.
I just thought that was super sweet.
Poised kid.
To say how proud she is to be a trans girl in the face of a society basically telling you that you're some sort of pervert or there's something wrong, and as your rights are being actively taken away. And by the way, you have pundits in the media class saying that it's good politics for the Democrats to abandon trans people because that's more advantageous to their self-interest, to not have any interest.
Yeah, to not at all make any sort of assessments on the economic message of Democrats, because of course corporate sponsors, CNN's owners, CEOs, people like that find that the other available messages to Democrats actually kind of inconvenient. So it's actually, if they could get away with it, it'd be great if they could just do fear mongering just like the Republicans. Because that's what I believe to be the direction in some, as it becomes more and more neo-liberal, I feel like that's basically what that's all they have left now. You kind of see it in the last 3 elections. Hillary Clinton didn't really speak to it, neither did Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And it's unfortunate. Rather than doing that, all they did was fearmonger about Donald Trump being bad. Technically, for a while, some people definitely didn't know how bad he was, right? But by the last election, we all knew. Every single person, not just in the United States, but on the planet knew. And if you didn't know, there was not going to be any explaining it to you. You were going to have to experience it somehow firsthand. Now, let's go to Jon Stewart's new show. See what he and Bernie Sanders had to talk about here.
Let's spend some time on it, Senator.
Damn it, let's do it.
Damn it, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the weekly show pod. My name is Jon Stewart. This is I don't know if it's our.
Okay, I'm going to skip past his little introduction here. We know who Jon Stewart is. We know who Bernie Sanders is.
I have sort of a theory of the election, and it is purely my opinion. But I got the sense that what kind of happened to the Democrats was that they were in a position to defend a status quo that most voters, certainly many, felt was no longer delivering for them. That, and there's all kinds of different iterations and permutations of that thought. But it feels like the party that believes most in government's ability to improve people's lives and to play that role kind of didn't understand that people felt that it wasn't, that many Democrats felt like, oh no, we are improving your lives. You just don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that resonates with you, sir?
It is, John. I would look at it just a hair differently, but I think you're on to the fundamental issue of the campaign. Bottom line is, Donald Trump said, the system is broken. That's all. And I'm going to smash it.
Right. I'm going to burn it down.
That's right.
I'm going to burn the pile of broken system.
What Democrats have been saying is, basically, we're going to tinker around the edges, but we defend the status quo. We'll make a little bit of a change here or there. So if you're an ordinary person, and you don't have to have a PhD in economics, what you understand is that you can't afford housing. You go to the grocery store, prices are higher. You understand that everything being equal, your kid may have a lower standard of living than you do, despite huge increases in worker productivity. You look around and you're seeing billionaires becoming much richer, while people in your neighborhood are falling further and further behind. You can't afford to go to a doctor, or if you're lucky, if you're blind, a doctor. If you have a little baby, the cost of child care is extremely high. You're worried about public education. The system is not working for you. The reality is it is working very, very well for the people on top, the people, in fact, who Donald Trump will end up defending.
And this is, Senator, for you, this has got to be sort of a strange moment. So I feel like you, for 50 years, have kind of railed against this idea of an economy that devalued labor and kind of overvalued capital and investment. And we watched money walk away from the United States, searching for cheaper labor and cheaper goods and all that. And we lost manufacturing base and workers. But generally, labor has paid the price of this kind of what they would call neoliberal economics. You've railed against that forever.
John, the issue is A, the reality, and B, that we don't talk about the reality. Okay, here's reality. You want to hear reality?
Man, please.
Over the last 50 years, 50 years, despite huge increases in worker productivity as a result of technology, the average blue-collar worker today, in inflation adjusted for dollars, is earning maybe the same, maybe a hair less than he or she did 50 years ago. How's that?
Not good.
They're definitely they're definitely making less.
It's unbelievable.
Right.
And it does.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. All right. I just figured we'd check in to see what's going on with Bernie Sanders over here on Jon Stewart's podcast. Seems like some people are upset at Jon Stewart right now. I'm not sure exactly why. I could imagine why. I feel like Jon has struggled with changing because the fact is Jon spoke to a certain audience back when he first started off at the Daily Show, right? And the fact is the way that we talk about politics now is much different than back then, right? And I think really people were essentially fine. In fact, they were welcoming to somebody who was just basically, anti-authoritarian and who, really leaned into that, and just basically challenged all power, regardless of their party, essentially. And yeah, to some degree, that was enough for people, I think. But now, with the advent of YouTube and all this other stuff, I think they've heard enough anti-authoritarian takes, and they're like, well, can we get a little bit more? Can we get more specific on what we're gonna do to fix the future right now, rather than just saying, Dick Cheney's bad? All right, I've held you off, I think, long enough on this one. Let's do it. Donald Trump tells all on NBC. And boy, oh boy, this is an interesting interview. I wish I had time to clip it all before this, but I didn't. I'm going to have to not sleep tonight and clip the shit out of this, because holy cow, does he say some stuff about what he's going to do.
President-elect Donald Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. You are the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Republicans now have control of the House and the Senate.
Right.
What do you plan to accomplish in your first 100 days?
And he goes, doesn't he sound so excited to have somebody say something nice? That's all he cares about. Donald he just wants people to be nice to him, I don't know what it is. Maybe it was his upbringing as a child. But my God, it seems like that's all you need to do is give him one compliment. Donald, you've made history. I know. Tell me more.
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be our first signal, and the first signal to America that we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but we have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions from all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts, because they're coming due and they're very substantial for people, and it would be I think it will anger a lot of people, frankly, if
So there you go. He's planning on repeating, getting the tax cuts for billionaires back. There you go, people.
don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever. And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities. And we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors. And I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly in our cities. And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working on nominations. We're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well.
Got some more nominations to do, huh? He's already proposed, what, 60?
We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Peter's doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy.
People were a little bit concerned about Pete? People were more than a little bit concerned about Pete.
I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy with a tremendous track record, actually. He went to Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both, but he loves the military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do.
Immense confidence. Pete, great guy. Don't let them tell you that he does anything bad. Nothing different than I would do.
He's a very smart guy. I've known him through Fox, but I've known him for a long time. And he's basically a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him, all he wants to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think we'd be in this position where he may be, hopefully will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because they were
not fair,
really doing what they were taught to do.
Just because they were doing war crimes, how dare they go to prison? Not right.
Illegal. In some cases. So, yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I
No.
think that everybody has.
What's wrong with having somebody in charge of the military who drinks too much? I don't see the problem. A 1 and 1 don't make problems.
If he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I think that everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating. And we all want to stop doing something. And if he said that, I mean, that's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But he's very respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox, they think he's fantastic.
Everybody thinks he's so
and
great.
The people that work with him, really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you know, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy.
You're not really a television guy, even though that's where I know you from. You're actually a military guy. It's weird.
You know, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him, so he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, you know, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. You know, he didn't say, well, let me think about it, let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says, I'm going to give up, you know, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' 3 biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
Wow.
But I can tell you that
can't guarantee anything. Yeah, of course he can't guarantee the prices won't go up. First off, I don't think he understands. As you listen to this, you will, I think, also come to the conclusion he still doesn't understand what tariffs are. It's shocking.
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China.
You almost said the correct thing. I had a bunch of tariffs on countries, however you say that.
And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation.
Zero inflation.
Fact, when I handed it over...
Let's see if that's true. Please hold. Gotta check it. Uh-oh, not looking good. Looks like there was inflation. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Looks like there was inflation every single year that Donald Trump was in president. 1.4% in 2016, 2.5% in 2017. Yeah, looks like there were every single month there was a positive inflation reading starting in 2017 to 2021. Weird. So there was inflation. And just to prove that to you, here, I'll bring this over here to you so you can see it too. Here you go. Inflation rate. 2017, here you go. 2017. Monthly figures. January 2.5, 2.7 for February, 2.4 for March. Clearly, inflation happened before Donald Trump ever got into office, and also while he was in office. So I don't understand what he's talking about.
They didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years.
No inflation, even though it's not true.
On what I had created. And then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much.
Oh, they created with the energy.
I think we will... I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over 100.
It's certainly going to get the U.S. government's going to take in a lot of money from this if he does do all the things he's talking about. If he means we, as in the U.S. government, yes. Consumers, unfortunately, U.S. Americans, peoples, will probably have the exact opposite effect.
$1 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion.
We're subsidizing them?
We shouldn't.
I tried to figure out what he meant by subsidizing Mexico to the tune of $100 billion. I looked it up, and I think he's talking about the trade deficit between... He still doesn't understand economics even slightly. But we're not subsidizing Mexico just because we are importing more goods from Mexico than we do export to them. So here we go. Donald Trump still barely, it's like he looked inside the class, like the Economics 101 class, and he was like, it's not for me.
We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year.
100 billion.
We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion.
So much money.
We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state. We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do...
I think he's just talking about trade deficits, and it's not. Trade deficits aren't subsidies. It is wild to see him not understand the difference.
Subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion. And now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing.
Nothing.
They made a
Nothing.
great economy for us.
Is he just lying? Do you think he understands what he's saying at all? Because it feels like he's just too stupid to get it. He really does. I mean, the guy never had to pass a single test in his life. You know, his entire life was laid out in front of him, never had to learn anything. I don't think he's capable of learning at this point as a nearly 90-year-old man or 80-year-old man, whatever he is, learning these things. And he's, you know, it's either he literally still just doesn't understand a single thing about any of this, or he's just flat out lying. But it's just weird. It's a weird vibe.
They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at a...
Oh my God. I just don't think he doesn't. I know people think he's lying. I just don't think he understands it. The way he talks about it is so self-assured. Like, I genuinely think that he thinks he understands what he's talking about. And he's just too stupid. Because, like, he's just talking about tariffs like he thinks tariffs are just foreign policy that the governments have to pay. He's always talked about it like this. I've never heard him talk about it correctly. That's why I think he doesn't understand it. Like, if I heard him maybe, like, slip up and actually talk about it, like, correctly for just a moment, one time in the last 20 years, maybe I'd be like, okay. He's being disingenuous. I just think that he thinks that tariffs are just a tool. You know, he's heard people talk so good about tariffs, you know, McKinley stuff. You know, you like a lot of these insane people he listens to thinks that they believe that they're good. He thinks that they're experts, right? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example here. Pete Navarro. Peter Navarro thinks that they are great, and Donald Trump thinks Peter Navarro is a genius. You know what I mean? And so, like, I really think he doesn't get what he's talking about.
They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs, if properly used. I don't say you use them like a madman. I say properly
Like a little
used.
magic wand. You gotta know when to use the right spell.
Anything. It made this country money, and we never really got the chance to go all out because we had to fight COVID in the last part. And we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in.
He's saying the stock market went up from 2020 to 2022. Is that that's the claim? Oh, like look how great I did.
It was actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you.
Let me explain. You don't understand
you
prices.
mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from Ohio.
Jim Shorts Jordan.
They're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country.
How dare they?
And I put a 50% tariff on the washing machines coming in from China and South Korea. And Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of...
I think he's talking about the Whirlpool stock price when he says through the roof. And then, so I guess some people got to keep some jobs because... theoretically, Whirlpool was going to close because of market pressures rather than lowering CEO pay or costs in other places, I guess. And Donald Trump fixed it by getting people to pay more for washing machines. Because that's literally what happened, right? The prices went up. A tiny group of people managed to maybe keep their jobs because of it for some period of time. Although I heard that factory closed. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But point is, that didn't help the majority of Americans. It made washing machines more expensive.
They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became...
They were dumping them. And by dumping them, I mean selling them on the open market.
Successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure that consumers don't wind up paying more? Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care
The market's
of it.
going to do it, don't you see?
The market takes care
Come
of it.
on.
And if it doesn't...
Wow. I wonder what's his follow-up here? Anybody know what his follow-up's going to be here? Because this is fascinating. But yeah, I mean, oh boy. This is what we got coming in. It's coming in hot, people, less than 2 months.
Paying more. Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it.
Of course it does.
And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat.
We adjust it somewhat.
But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say...
What does that mean? Does he adjust it up or down? That's so vague, I have no idea what that means. And what he thinks is actually going to solve that situation. Do you raise the tariffs to put more pressure on CEOs to build manufacturing in the United States? Is that because that's essentially, I think, what he's saying. I can't be sure though, because I'm not sure he even understands inflation, the tariff pressure, the pressures the tariffs actually put on, like where the pressures are actually being applied. Oh my God, dude. Oh God, magic tariffs. Sometimes you just don't know how it works. Gotta do a little bit more, do a little less. Who knows? It's like a fun game with U.S. consumers' money.
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we
Magical
adjust
market.
it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs.
South Korea is one of our main trade partners. How dare our main trade partners sell things inside of our country? Unacceptable. LG, go back home. Had enough of your stupid washers and dryers and your happy little song.
Although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful, successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs.
Yeah, what if?
It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands.
Well, you know, technically, the CEOs of Whirlpool could have taken a cut on their pay. How much does a CEO of Whirlpool get paid? $13.5 million a year, including bonuses and stock options. I wonder if any of that money could have been used to save jobs or, you know, lower costs. I wonder what the rest of the C-suite gets paid. I wonder what that all adds up to. How many stock buybacks has Whirlpool done? Let's find out. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, billions of dollars of stock buybacks over the last... Oh, boy, that's so many. Oh, God. Billions and billions of dollars of stock buybacks. Year after year, 100 million, 400 million stock buybacks, 500 million... A billion. Let's just do a billion. One shot $1 billion. Who big deal? No big deal. It's not like we have to pay our workers or keep our factories open. Keep prices at a reasonable place. No. Stock buybacks for investors. Number one priority, please.
Follow the rich white man.
And you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money. I'll go a step further. Tariffs are going to make our country rich. Tariffs are going to Help
make
us pay off $35
they're gonna make
trillion in
well.
debt.
Here's the thing:
tariffs.
U.S. is the biggest exporter in the world, so in a way, it will make the country rich, but the people will be poor, and the state in which Donald Trump and his lackeys are planning to set up is one that that intends to redistribute money, not at all. Right, so all those taxes and stuff they're going to be taking in from these tariffs, I don't know how it's going to be spent. It's certainly not going to be. I mean, some things are going to. We're talking about how they want to cut SNAP and all these other sorts of benefits that people get. I mean, should be interesting. Although Donald Trump does have a bunch of interesting things to say about his solutions for things like healthcare during this discussion. Stay tuned. We got another hour to go.
We're going to make our country safe.
We're going to make everybody safe, whether you like it or not.
As an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them. They don't want to play games. And we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think, and that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs, or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that?
Who agrees with that?
I spoke with both. I spoke with Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call ended. Yeah. He was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot.
Oh, it's Canada's borders, not ours. It's Canada's fault. Why don't you do more, Justin Trudeau, you stupid, silly prince-looking motherfucker?
To a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in. Maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before. 10 times what we had.
So many drugs.
Pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to Justin Trudeau, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to put tariffs on your country at about 25%. That's a very substantial tariff.
Very substantial.
In the case of, in both cases, but in the case where it was really visible, within 10 minutes after that phone call, we noticed that the people coming across the border, the southern border, having to do with Mexico, they were at a trickle, just a trickle. It was, in fact, I call the border. See, unlike my opponent, I do call the border a lot. And I said, how's the border looking today? They said, there's nobody here.
There's nobody here.
They couldn't believe it.
We fixed it. We solved it.
The military stopped these vast groups of people. You know, we call them caravans. But they had caravans of people, and they largely stopped them. Now, they're going to...
Now, the time period he's talking about, I think, because I think I've heard him tell the story before, was during the pandemic. It was during the pandemic when nobody was doing pretty much anything. And the United States had a policy, very confusing COVID policy, if I'm recalling history correctly.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction
to continue
of the 20th
that,
century.
But if they don't continue, and the other thing I told them is no more drugs. And I told that to China, too. I had to deal with President Xi. Had the election been different, I'm going to be very nice because we don't have to get into an argument over 2020.
No, we don't have to talk about that.
Had the election been different, the result been different, we would have had China giving their maximum penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl. And
what?
But Biden.
Oh my God. So Donald Trump was in talks with China to give drug smugglers the death penalty. Fascinating. Fascinating. I wonder if he thinks drug smugglers on this side of the border deserve the same penalty?
Penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl into this country. But Biden didn't, unfortunately, finish that discussion up. I had an agreement with President Xi, who I got along with very well. We've had communication as recently as this week. And I had communication with him where they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending drugs into the United States.
This week you had that conversation.
Not that conversation, but I had other conversations. Okay. But in the
So it sounds like he's about to turn the war on drugs into a literal war with some very old school sort of solutions here. Everybody's getting the death penalty. If you're doing drugs, if you're moving drugs, death immediately.
Illegal. Yes, I've had that conversation.
Let me ask you about another aspect of the economy, sir, the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. There are 20 states that still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25, and I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it
Yeah.
right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate
19
in
of
2020,
20.
I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it.
Hmm.
And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal
It's a very low
minimum wage?
number. I will agree. It's
a
a very
very-
low number. Let me give you the downside.
It's a very long number. What? It's a very long number. He doesn't want to answer this question. He really does not want to answer this question. Because he wasn't planning on doing it. But what the fuck is that answer? What are the... It's just a elderly man incapable of thinking of what to say, just saying a nonsense statement repeatedly.
Back to the White House. For these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal
It's a very low
minimum wage?
number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the...
It's a very long number, 19. Two digits. Can you even think about how long it takes to count to that? I can't. I can't do it.
Immediately, if not sooner. Downside, though.
Yeah.
In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place. The population is shrinking. It's had a very negative impact. But there is a level at which you could do it.
Is it lower,
What is
longer?
that?
Lower. I can't tell because he's lisping so much. I can't tell. I think the Studafed has worn off already.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and thriving because of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too much, and you understand this, if California went crazy, they went crazy. And people, the restaurants are closing all over. Many
They're all
more people
gone.
are hurt.
No restaurants
I
anyway.
hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider it? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is people.
I wonder if it's going to help restaurants if we put a tariff on literally all goods coming into the country. I wonder, do restaurants get any food from out of the country? Anybody?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean, in terms of
Different places, they don't need more money.
So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work.
Because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live.
There you go, people. See, your life is just going too good down in Alabama and Mississippi and in North Dakota, wherever else, where you voted for Donald Trump, and you have a $7 minimum wage. Look, things are really good for you. You don't get how cheap it is. If you lived in New York City, oh boy, you would see just how good you have it. So stop asking for more money, please.
A minimum wage, which is $8 or $9, might be, might have
That's too much.
very
That's
little
terrible.
effect, because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Before we move on to immigration, which I do want to talk about, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said he will not leave his post even if you ask him to. Will you try to replace Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it. But I don't. I think if I told him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he probably wouldn't. But if I told
him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he wouldn't. Those are the words of a dictator, right there.
Try to replace Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it. But I don't. I think if I told him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he probably wouldn't. But if I told him to, he would.
You don't have to.
If I told him to, he would. As the king, he would rightfully leave the position which I have absolutely zero authority over.
To do that right now?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's talk about mass deportation, one of your big agenda items. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your
Illegal.
plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it. And it's
Yep, there you go. He said it during the election, and here we are. As President Donald Trump is saying that he plans to just deport everybody. While he may have said he was gonna meticulously go over it and look for the criminals and get rid of them, but that's too much work. That's too much work for the federal government, for Donald Trump and his administration. So they're just gonna be deporting all undocumented immigrants. So if you've overstayed your visa, goodbye. If you're DACA, goodbye. All of those things.
Tough thing to do. It's, but you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country. And we're going to make it very easy for people to come in terms of they have to pass the test. They have to be able to tell you what the Statue of Liberty.
There's always been a test, of course.
Yes, they have to tell you a little bit about our country. They have to love our country. They can't come out of prisons. We don't want people that are in for murder. So we had 11,000 and 13,000 different estimates, 13,099 murderers released into our country over the last 3 years. They're walking down the streets. They're walking next to you and your family, and they're very dangerous.
The 13,000 figure, I think, goes back about 40 years.
No, it doesn't. No,
it's
nope, not right. No, it's fake news.
No, that was a fiction that they put that out. This was done by the Border Patrol. It's 13,099, and it's during the Biden period of time. And these are murderers, many of whom murdered more than
Everyone
one
is a
person.
murderer.
You don't want those people in this country.
But you're saying something, sir, that's significant. I just want to make sure I'm clear, which is that you're saying, yes, you're going to focus on the people with criminal histories, but everyone who's here illegally has to go.
I'm saying this. We have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to get people that were taken out of mental institutions and put them back into their mental institution, no matter what country it is. Do you know that Venezuela, their prisons are at the lowest point in terms of emptiness that they've ever been? They're taking their people out of those prisons by the thousands, and they're drunk. And just to get
Dude, this guy is insane.
Number one, we're doing criminals, and we're going to do them really rapidly. We're getting the worst gang probably with MS-13, and the Venezuelan gangs are the worst in the world.
Very
They're vicious,
worst.
Violent people.
Vicious
And you see what they've
Venezuelan
done in
gangs
Colorado
taking
and
over
other places.
Colorado.
They're taking over, literally taking over apartment complexes.
Oh, God.
Doing it with impunity.
The apartments.
They don't care. They couldn't. They just are. They're in the real estate business.
There's no apartments left, and it's all Venezuela's
It's not
fault.
the case in Colorado.
Oh, it's totally the case. I mean, I have it
You
on
don't
tape.
believe the local police.
Venezuela
I used to play it at my rallies.
causing the housing crisis.
They're in the real estate business.
You know, the local police say that is not the case in Colorado.
Oh, it's totally the case.
I don't want reality.
I have it
You
on
don't
tape.
believe the local police.
I play it. I used to play it at my rallies every single night.
I used to play it at my rallies every night. Everything at my rallies is true. Everything I say at my rallies is true. Why would you question it?
You
And by the
raised
way, the
point,
police are afraid to do anything.
You raised the point that the logistics are complicated. You said
Sure
it
they
yourself.
are,
You would
but
need
everything's
24
complicated.
Yeah, you mean you need 24
Science.
times more ICE detention capacity just to deport 1 million people per year, not to mention more agents, more judges, more planes. Is it realistic to deport everyone who's
You have
here
no
illegally?
choice. First of all, they're costing us a fortune. But we're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes.
Who are the others?
Others are other people outside of criminals. We
Others,
have
other people,
convicted
duh.
murders.
Are
We
you
don't mean
stupid? When I say others, I mean not them.
Others are other people outside of criminals. We have convicted murders. We don't mean people that are even on trial. We have people that have murdered numerous people are on our streets and in our farms, and we have to get them out of our
Farms
What about
are overrun
dreamers, sir?
by
Dreamers who were brought
murderers.
to this country illegally as children.
Every farm in America is under threat by murderous farm workers.
out of our country.
What about dreamers, sir, dreamers who were brought to this country illegally as children. You said once back in 2017, they, quote, shouldn't be very worried about being deported. Should they be worried now?
The dreamers are going to come later.
Oh,
and
okay.
We have to do something about the dreamers.
You gotta do something about them
because
too.
These are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these are middle-aged people now. They don't even speak the language of their country. And yes, we're going to do something about the
What does
dreamers.
that mean?
And
what are you going to do?
I will work with the
I
Democrats
will work it
on a
out.
plan, and if we can come up with a plan, but the Democrats.
One for one dreamer gone, one dreamer here. We're gonna work it out. It's gonna be like a fun game. We'll decide which dreamers have the best dreams, and that's how we'll do it.
Made it very, very difficult to do anything. Republicans are very open to the dreamers. The dreamers, we're talking many years ago, they were brought into this country. Many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people. And in many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. Some cases, they might have large businesses. And we're going to have to do something with them. And
you want them to be able to
We're gonna have to do something with them.
I do. I want to be able to work
Okay, how
something
good.
out. And it should have been able to be worked out over the last 3 or 4 years.
What a benefactor.
And it never got worked out. You know, Biden could have
So if you're a business owner, good job. You might make the cut.
done it because he controlled, you know, Congress to a certain extent, right? He could have done something, but they didn't do it. I never understood why, because they always seem to want to do it, but then when it comes down to it, they don't. I think we can.
Why don't
work with the
Democrats do
Democrats and
more
work something
things?
Let me ask you about another group of people, the estimated 4 million families in America who have mixed immigration status. So I'm talking about parents who might be here illegally, but the kids are here legally. Your borders
You're
are
talking
Tom
about
Homan.
separation.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean, there are two
Homan.
aspects to this. Your borders are, Tom Homan said, they can be deported together. Is
Yes,
that the
that's
plan?
exactly what he
You
said.
keep well,
Oh, you got to keep the family together, of course. Homan's right. He's right. It's only fair to deport them all together. If you can deport one of them, come on.
Tom Homan said they can be deported together. Is
Correct.
that the plan?
Well, that way you keep well, I don't want to be breaking up families, so the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together.
You just get rid of them together.
Even
Goodbye.
Kids who are here legally?
Well, what you're going to do if they want to stay with the father? Look, we have to have rules and regulations. You can always find something out like, you know, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a wonderful young woman who's with a criminal and they show the woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out. Or
The way he talks about it, he's like, this lovely young woman. She is perfect stock for sexing and stuff like that. And then you see she's with an illegal. And oh, God, that's wrong. It's wrong. A young white man is being repressed by this situation.
who's with a criminal. You know, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a wonderful young woman who's with a criminal,
Jesus Christ,
and they show the woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out, or they want her out, and your cameras are focused
because she's
on her.
ugly. She's not very good looking.
She's being taken out of our country,
and old.
And then the public turns against us. But we have to do our job, and you have to have a series of standards and a series of laws. And in the end, look, our country is a mess. We have the highest crime rate, and during the debate,
wait, the highest crime rate in what? Is he going to define?
Our country is a mess. We have the highest crime rate, and during the debate,
and during the debate, the highest crime rate, just the highest crime rate, not just in the world, just full stop. The universe, in the entire the Milky Way galaxy, the whole surrounding universe, highest crime rate. United States.
Look, our country is a mess. We have the highest crime rate, and during the debate, a man whose ratings have gone way down, David Muir, said to me, no.
I just love how he couldn't think of a statistic to actually say, and he just left it at the highest crime rate. It's amazing.
Crime is, because I had to debate 3 people, not 1. Debating 1 was easy. Debating 3 was actually pretty easy, too, if you want to know the
It's
truth.
actually, I was going to use that as an example of something hard, but it's actually pretty easy. I take it back. I take it back. Nothing's actually ever been hard.
Debating 3 was actually pretty easy, too, if you want to know the truth. But David Muir said, the crime rates have gone down. I said, no, they've gone up. And then the following day, they released the crime rates, and they were way up.
The FBI statistics are, you're talking about those FBI statistics.
Well, no, but he gave the wrong answer.
Confusing based on what you're looking at.
But a lot of that is migrant crime.
Let me ask you about another aspect
Christian,
of this.
you know a lot of it's migrant crime.
Well, let me ask you.
Oh my God, a lot of it. A lot of it, more like a tiny fraction of it is migrant crime. He has got to know that one's a fucking lie. Oh my God.
That I think a lot of people are really curious about. I mean, 3% of the people who are here illegally have criminal histories. But in your first administration, you had the zero tolerance policy, where we did see family separations.
Yeah.
You ended it. The purpose of that, though, to some extent, and you talked about this at the time, was deterrent.
You also had it with Obama. You do know that.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
And you also know he built the jails for children.
He didn't have a zero tolerance policy.
But in 2014, he built the jails. You know that.
He built the jails. I just filled them.
I want to ask you about the zero tolerance policy. I mean, he didn't have a systemic, we're going to separate families. Families were separated when parents were a threat to the kids.
We don't have to separate a family.
Excuse
me, Kristen.
Yeah.
We don't have to separate families. Yeah. We'll send the whole family very humanely
It's so
back
nice.
to the
It's
country
very humanely. Don't you understand? Come on. I feel like I'm talking to a baby right now. We're going to send them all away, okay? And that's very humane, even if, those people happen to have stuff going on in the country. Lives, friends, jobs. It'll be more humane just to get rid of them at the same time.
Were separated when parents were a threat to the kids.
We don't have to separate a family.
This.
Excuse me, Kristen.
Yeah.
We don't have to separate families. Yeah. We'll send the whole family very humanely back to the country where they came. That way the family...
You know how like on Amazon, you can say, hey, I could get one package one day and another package another day. Well, this is like just like Amazon, Amazon Prime, where you say, actually, I'll do Prime Day and I'll get my package all on one day. I'll bundle it all up in one box and Amazon can send it to me on Thursday.
Not separated.
So no more family separations. You're not reviving the zero tolerance policy.
It depends on the family. The family may decide
a lot more convenient.
I'd rather have dad go, and we'll stay here. And in which case they have that option.
But you're not going to revive your zero tolerance policy, which was put in place as a deterrent.
No, it's going to be a -1, perhaps negative infinity, Kristen.
The universe where you would bring that back, sir?
We need deterrence. Look, ready?
Look.
When somebody comes here illegally, they're going out. It's very simple.
Listen. Yeah.
When they come here illegally, they're going out. Now, if they come here illegally, but their family is here legally, then the family has a choice. The person that came in illegally can go.
We have a choice. I thought we were just going to send them all humanely. They're going to have to make a choice now? That doesn't sound humane at all.
Legally, then the family has a choice. The person that came in illegally can go
Family
out,
separation.
or they can all go out together. And that was made very clear by Tom Homan.
So you're not, at this point in time, planning to revive that zero tolerance policy where kids are
Well, if you call
separated.
that, yeah, I'm doing what I just told you I'm going to do. I don't want to send the family out. I don't want to send
I
anybody
don't want to do it, but it's just easier.
I'll tell you, we have to, because otherwise we have no country.
Exactly, we have to. I don't want to do it, but we have to.
I told you I'm going to do. I don't want to send the family out. I don't want to send anybody out. But I'll tell you, we have to, because otherwise we have no country.
There we go,
If we
people.
don't have borders, and if we don't have voting, good voting, fair voting, do you know they're still counting votes in San Diego, California?
Oh my God.
Listen, they're still counting the votes. This is
What's that mean?
almost 4 weeks. They're still counting the votes. If we don't have fair elections and honest voting and
San Diego is a pretty big place.
still counting the votes. If we don't have fair elections and honest voting and machines that work quickly, if you had paper ballots, every election will be over by 10 o'clock in the evening.
Bullshit. It takes so long to count. It takes longer to count paper ballots than it does for computers to count them. I think we all know that's how technology works. And no, that's just. I mean, this whole interview is basically Trump lying about everything he doesn't like, and then telling us about all the stuff he's going to do 2025. It's a disturbing interview. It's a really disturbing interview.
You understand what I'm saying?
Let me, before we get
and
to...
you get a much more accurate count.
Before we get to all of that, let me ask you about some of your other promises on this topic. You've promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th Amendment with an executive action?
We're going to have to get a change. We'll maybe have to go back
Maybe you have to unamend it.
But we have to end it. We're the only country that has it.
Through an executive action?
You know, we're the only country that has it. Do you know, if somebody sets a foot, just a foot, 1 foot, you don't need to, on our land, congratulations, you are now a citizen of the United States of America. Yes, we're going to end that because it's ridiculous.
Through executive action?
Well, if we can, through executive action.
That's how it went for pretty much everybody showing up here for hundreds of years, essentially.
I was going to do it through executive action, but then we had to fix COVID first, to be honest with you. We have to end it. It's ridiculous. Do you know we're the only country in the world that has it? Do you know that? There's not one other country.
What about the legal challenge, inevitable legal challenges that'll come?
Do you know we have thousands of judges? Somebody walks onto our land, and we have to now say, welcome to the United States. They could be a criminal or not a criminal. We release them into our country. It's called catch and release. We release them into our country. Wait, just 1 second.
Oh, my God.
And now they get them lawyers. And the
they get them lawyers.
Are good lawyers. And everybody has a lawyer. And do you know how many judges?
I mean, it's not now. It's not suddenly people get lawyers when they claim asylum, which is what he's talking about. And it's, this is ridiculous.
We have thousands, thousands. Now, here's what other countries do. They come into the land and they say, I'm sorry, you have to go. And they take them out. Okay? With us, once they touch our land, we're into litigation that lasts for years, costs us hundreds of billions of dollars. We have judges, and I'm sure they're all honest, but I don't know that for a fact. You can imagine what's going on with the judges. But just so you, because I...
Better to imagine than have me prevaricate.
I have a lot of judges. I tell you what, I know more about judges than any human being in history.
Wait, I'm sorry.
We have...
Donald Trump knows more about judges than any human being in history. This is beyond narcissist. This is full-on psychosis talk.
What's going on with the judges? But just so you, because I have a lot of judges. I tell you what, I know more about judges than any human being in history. We have judges. Psycho. Every time some.
It's just. I mean, I don't even. Where do we start with that?
Or even 1 foot on a piece of our land. It's welcome to long-term litigation. Other countries, every other country, when somebody walks on and they see that they're here illegally, they walk them off, they take them back to where they came from. We have to get rid of this system. It's killing us.
Got to get rid of the judges.
Let's talk about health care. I've been talking to Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill. They say it's no longer feasible to repeal and replace Obamacare because it's so entrenched in the system. Do you see it that way? Is that now off the table, repealing and replacing
when John McCain let us down by voting, and Murkowski and Collins and
terrible John
was that voted against, but they really let us down. They did us a great disservice because we would have had great health. Obamacare is lousy health care.
By the way, Donald Trump has got some plans. Apparently, he's already working on some stuff in the background. Guess who Donald Trump's talking to? Who he has faith in fixing all of this? I'm sure some people could guess.
Us down. They did us a great disservice because we would have had great health. Obamacare is lousy health care. It's very expensive health care for the people. It's also expensive for the country, but for the people.
It's bad for people and the country.
Health care. When John McCain gave his thumbs down after saying for 10 years that he wants to repeal and replace, okay? And then he came out, put his now famous thumbs down, and he became a hero to the left. Let me tell you, if we find something better, I would love to do it. But unless we find, but one thing I have to say, I inherited Obamacare or anything else you want to go. It's got about 20 names, but I inherited.
It's got 2 names, not 20. Why does he multiply every figure by like 10 to 10,000? It's two names, Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act. That's it. Can anybody name a third name?
Or anything else you want to go. It's got about 20 names, but I inherited it. And I had a decision to make with Health and Human Services. I had a big decision to make. Do I make it as good as we can make it, or let it rot?
Well, I'll tell you what. We let it rot. We get RFK in there. He'll fix it. And by fix it, I mean let that thing rot to the ground.
And a lot of political people said, let it rot and let it be a failure. I said, that's not the right thing to do. And I had very good people in the medical area that handled that. And I said, what do you want to do? He said, we really have an obligation to make it as good as we can. And we did. We made it as good as we can make it. Instead of making it bad where everybody would be calling for its repeal, I made it so that it works. Now,
but you did try to overturn it, sir.
Well, it's lousy.
You did try to overturn it.
It was
You did
bad.
have your Justice Department try to direct the Supreme Court to
No, we
overturn
got a little bit of a surprising opinion, to be honest with you. If it would have been overturned, we would have had much better health care right now. But right now, we have something that I made the best of. I could have made the worst of it, and it would have fallen by the wayside. I did the right thing from a human standpoint. But, you know, I'm sort of proud of my decision. At the same time, sometimes I regret it. I told the people, and I gave them the money to do it. I said, fix it, make it work, because people would have suffered. But it's too bad that they voted no. I wish John McCain, he fought for 10 years on replacing.
Replacing, I mean, not repairing. Replacing. Not making it better, but he just was going to get rid of it.
For 10 years on replacing Obamacare, for 10 years, and then he voted against. Nobody understands it.
Sir, you said during the campaign you had concepts of a plan. Do you have an actual plan at this point for health care?
Yes, we have concepts of a plan.
Still concepts.
Still just...
I love how she's like immediately, he's like, it's still concepts? Oh, it's amazing. I mean, this guy doubles down on literally everything, including the dumbest things he's ever said. Yes, it's still a concept. What's wrong with concepts? Come on.
Sir, you said during
Want an
the
actual
campaign you had
plan?
concepts of a plan. Do you have an actual plan at this point for health care?
Yes, we have concepts of a plan that would be better.
Still just concepts? Do you have a fully developed plan?
Let me explain. We have the biggest healthcare companies looking at it. We have doctors. We're always looking because Obamacare stinks. It's lousy. There are better answers. If we come up with a better answer, I would present that answer to Democrats and to everybody else, and I do something about it. But until we have that, or until they can approve it, but we're not going to go through the big deal. I am the one that saved Obamacare. I will say, and I did the right thing.
Even
I could
though
have done the more
I saved it, even though it was actually John McCain who voted it down, I'm going to take responsibility for it, even though I really hate that stupid John McCain for ruining my plan of getting rid of it.
political thing and killed it. And all I had to do is starve it to death.
You did try to have your Justice Department effectively kill it, though,
No,
sir.
kill it from a legal standpoint, but from a physical standpoint, I made it work.
I've never heard about anybody talk about a law in a physical way. Oh my god, this guy doesn't just not understand what tariffs work, like how tariffs work or what they are, but I don't think he understands how government works or what like any of the words he's saying. I'm not sure he understands any of them. He protected the physical nature of Obamacare, like the bill, like he kept he kept Trey Gowdy from lighting it on fire. I'm genuinely confused what that means. I protected the physical aspects, not the law. We shut down the law, but the actual bill itself still sits on my desk. The physical copy of it, protected.
Kill it from a legal standpoint, but from a physical standpoint, I made it work.
In your concepts of a plan, sir,
she's just repeating it now.
In your concepts of a plan, sir, will people with pre-existing conditions still have coverage, and can you guarantee their prices will not go up?
The answer is yes. They'll have coverage. You have to have it.
And what about their
because
prices?
You know what?
What about the prices?
I want the prices to go down.
Okay.
I want to have better health care for less money. And
Better care, less money. Gonna solve it. Let's see how he's gonna solve it.
Prices, sir.
I want the prices to go down. I want to have better health care for less money. And there are ways of doing it, I believe. And I have the smartest people in that world. You know, that's a separate world unto itself. I have the smartest people in that world looking at it and trying. And if they come up with something, I will present it. Now, maybe you won't be able to sell it. But if we get better health care for less money, I believe it's very saleable.
Just very quickly, when will we see your fully developed plan? When are you going to show
I don't know
the
that you'll
public
see it at all. I can only say that we have some of the...
I don't know that you'll see it. I mean, that's the thing about a concept, right? Sometimes they stay concepts and you never see them.
When are you going to show
I don't know
the
that you'll
public
see it at all. I can only say that we have some of the best healthcare people. I've always tinkered with it. I think it's a little hard to explain. Obamacare, when I took it over, was a disaster. And I made it
It has insured
workable.
20 million people.
Yeah, because of me. Because of me. If you look at what I did, I was the one. I made it good.
You
yeah,
tried to
legally.
repeal and replace it. You tried to
Because
kill
if I
it,
repealed
sir.
it and replaced it, we would have had a better system because we wouldn't have had health care. And the Democrats would have been forced to do something. If we wouldn't
Wait.
Democrats
Wait. Did he just say that if I repealed it and I replaced it, it would have been a better plan because we wouldn't have had health care? Like in the interim after he repealed it? Is that what he's saying? It would have been a better plan than nothing? Is that it would have been better because we would have had nothing in the interim of when I repealed it, and that's why it'd been so much better.
I repealed it and replaced it, we would have had a better system because we wouldn't have had health care. And the Democrats would have been forced to do something. If we wouldn't have had it, the Democrats would have been forced to do something that they wouldn't do if we have it.
Let me ask you about another aspect of healthcare. You talked about this on the campaign trail, IVF. You promised free IVF for all who want it, either through the government or through mandates with insurance companies.
I think we passed it. I think I must have talked over it at one point, and I feel bad for that because it was a perfect moment. I think it was back here a few minutes ago. But Donald Trump at some point during this says that he's been talking to healthcare CEOs and other like high up healthcare executives. Essentially, he's talking to the United Healthcare CEO's ghost about how we're going to solve this. Essentially, I mean, that's not literally what's happening, but like he's basically talking to, I don't know, his replacement, I guess, or his tentative replacement, other people like that. It's fascinating. I wish I had heard, where was it? It was like back here, I think.
Now,
but you did try to overturn it, sir.
Fuck it. I'll find it later and I'll try and clip this one because it's fucking insane.
That passed.
Well, we're going to see. We want them to pay, ideally the insurance companies to pay for it, the fertilization.
Oh, he's going to get the insurance companies to pay for fertilization. Really?
Very early for a Republican especially. And I think they were looking for my guidance, my great wisdom, right? They were looking for it. And I got a call from Katie Britt, who's a terrific person, senator from Alabama. And she said, sir, we just had a really negative ruling from a judge in Alabama, conservative judge, that all of these clinics had to be closed. And she said, and she went into great detail, and she said people are devastated over it. And after literally speaking to her for 5 minutes, I issued an order, really an order in a sense. And it was a statement from the Republican Party that we are all for.
It's a statement from the Republican Party. Actually, an order. The Republican Party orders it. It's a decree. Like a king does.
IVF and fertilization. Okay. The Alabama legislature met the following day and passed it. It was a beautiful thing to see. And I consider myself to be the father of IVF in a certain way. And the Republicans were very strong on the issue.
One of his creepiest self-appointed nicknames, gotta say. Father of IVF.
In a certain way. And the Republicans were very strong on the issue.
But Sir, I want to understand where it falls in your list of priorities. I mean, is this something we can expect to see you try to move on in the first 100 days?
We're going to be talking about it, and we're going to be seeing. We have a lot of other things. I have tax cuts. You know, we'll be submitting in either the first or second package to Congress the extension of the tax cuts. So that might very well be in there, or it'll come sometime after that.
Let's talk about abortion, sir. You have taken responsibility for overturning Roe v. Wade. You've said that abortion is now a state issue. There are steps that you could take, though, as president, to restrict abortion through executive action without Congress.
Stop giving him ideas,
half of
Kristen.
abortions in this country are medication abortions. Will you restrict the availability of abortion pills when you're in office?
I'll probably stay with exactly what I've been saying for the last 2 years, and the answer is no.
You commit to that?
Well, I commit. I mean, do things change? I think they change.
I commit, but I mean, I've been saying all sorts of things that I might or might not do. It's all up in the air right now.
I hate to go on shows like Joe Biden. I'm not going to give my son a pardon. I will not, under any circumstances, give him a pardon. I watched this, and I always knew he was going to give him a pardon, and so I don't like putting myself in a position like that. So things do change.
Yeah, but see, if you take a position on things, they'll try and hold you to that. Can't have people trying to make sure I don't federally remove access to abortion, because I might do it, you know. Hard to say right now.
I think it's going to change it all.
Okay. Let's talk about some of your picks to fill out your administration. You named Kash Patel to be the next FBI director. Yeah. He has a list in his book of 60 people that he calls members of the so-called deep state. It includes Democrats.
We're going to talk about that list later. It's quite long, and
like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. It includes former members of your cabinet, from Bill Barr to Christopher Wray. You campaigned on destroying the deep state. Do you want Kash Patel to launch investigations into people on that list?
No, I mean, he's going to do what he thinks is right.
No, I mean, he's going to do whatever he wants to do, you know. Kash, he's just my FBI director nomination. He's gonna do whatever he wants, though. You know, he has a list, doesn't have a list. You know, it could be good, could be. I don't know, though. It's not really for me to say.
Launch investigations into people on that list?
No, I mean, he's going to do what he thinks is right.
Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right, sir?
I think that somebody was.
Dude, he literally can't even answer because he does think it's right. Of course he does. Kash Patel is his favorite little brown man. Are you kidding me? Like, what? Like, dude has written books about him, and he knows all. I'm sure if anything, he's bought those books for his grandchildren. The Trump grandchildren have the Kash Patel book series, which, by the way, the Choosing Day or whatever the king, the whatever the name of, it's a 3-book series. Okay, this guy knows all about it, and he's fully on board with whatever Kash is going to do.
I mean, he's going to do what he thinks is right.
Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right, sir?
If they think that somebody was dishonest or crooked or a corrupt politician, I think he probably has an obligation to do it.
It's not whether or not I want to do it. It's whether or not Kash has the obligation to arrest all those people on that list that we're talking about. It's not whether I want it. It's not even whether God wants it. It's whether or not the law requires him to go after them. And I think it does.
I think he probably has an obligation to do it. But
are you going to direct him to do it?
No, not at all. Not at all. We have 2 great people there. We have him and we have Pam.
Does Kristen actually think that Kash is going to need direction from Donald Trump to do this? This guy is raring to go. Has she listened to any of his interviews?
Direct him to do it?
No, not at all. Not at all. We have 2 great people there. We have him and we have Pam. And Pam Bondi has been like a rocket ship. She's very popular and very good and very fair. And Kash Patel is very fair. I'll tell you, I thought Kash may be difficult because he's, you know, a strong conservative voice. And
do you hear the way he talks about him? Oh my God. I'm being real. I think he genuinely loves Kash.
Know of anybody that's not singing his praises. The other day I was watching, and Trey Gowdy, who's a moderate person and very smart and very respected in the party, he's Kash's biggest fan. He said, this is the most misunderstood man in politics. He's great. I guess they worked together on the Russia hoax or something. And Trey Gowdy became a fan. You know Trey Gowdy. Everybody respects him. And, you know, just like him, others also. I don't know of one negative vote. I don't think he's going to have any negative vote.
Nobody's going to vote against Kash. He's so great. Can't think of anybody who would object to his great wizardry that he's going to bring to the FBI.
Is it your expectation, though, that Kash Patel will pursue investigations against your political enemies?
No, I don't think so.
Do you want to see that happen?
If they were crooked, if they did something wrong, if they
immediately,
have broken
if not
the law,
sooner.
probably they went after me. You know, they went after me, and I did nothing wrong.
Well, let me ask you this. You said President Biden, quote, that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. You said that
Where
during
did I say that?
the campaign.
Where?
You said that on Truth Social, June 12th, 2023.
Aw,
I will appoint
Truth
a real
Social.
special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history.
I love how he shuts up right there. He's like, yeah, I guess that must have been me. Only one Donald Trump on Truth Social.
12th, 2023. I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States, Joe Biden, and the entire
Well, that
Biden
part is
crime
true.
family. Are you going to do that? Are you going to go after Joe Biden?
I'm really looking to make our country successful. I'm not looking to go back into the past. I'm looking to make our country successful. Retribution will be through success. If we can make our success,
We're going to win so much that they're going to indict themselves.
country successful, that would be my greatest, that would be such a great achievement. Bring it back. We have a country now that's overridden with crime, that has millions of people that shouldn't be here, that should be in prisons in other countries, that should be in mental institutions. We have drug lords being dropped into our country and told never go back to their country. I'm looking to make our country great. I'm looking to bring prices down because, you know, I won on two things, the border and more than immigration. You know, they like to say immigration. I break it down more to the border, but I won on the border and I won on groceries. It's a very simple
Groceries.
word, groceries.
I don't know if you've
Like
ever heard it, Kristen.
almost-
I just heard it. I just heard it last week, actually. You know, never heard of this groceries thing. I thought food just showed up in your fridge. And then one day somebody told me, no, sir, you actually have to go to a store and buy it and put it in a bag. Sometimes people, depending on the store, will put it in the bag for you. But generally speaking, no, you have to buy them. It's called groceries. That's what food is before you eat it.
You know, who uses the word? I started using the word.
You see, I'm literally not even, you know, I'm just riffing.
Groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, you know, who uses the word?
Who uses that word?
I started using the word.
Never heard it before.
Groceries. When you buy apples.
Very relatable.
When you buy bacon. When you buy eggs. They would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
I want to pause here because what you're saying is significant. Because you wrote on Truth Social in 2023 that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe.
I think that's a fascinating clip. Donald Trump trying to explain the concept of groceries to Kristen like she is also as out of touch as he is. Although, let's be real, Kristen has definitely lived slightly more of a, you know, I'm pretty sure a slightly less privileged life than Donald and has probably actually bought groceries before.
You wrote on Truth Social in 2023 that you're going to appoint a real special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. Now you're saying you're not going to do that.
I will say this. No, I'm not doing that unless I find something that I think is.
I'm not going to do that unless I find something bad. And then, of course, we're going to have to because it would be a crime not to go after him.
Illegal.
I will say this. No, I'm not doing that unless I find something that I think is reasonable. But that's not going to be my decision. That's going to be Pam Bondi's decision. And to a different extent, Kash Patel.
Of course.
Assuming they're both
the great wizard.
I think they're both going to get approved. But I, you know, while you ask me that, what they've done to me with weaponization is a disgrace.
We'll get to some of that.
No,
sir.
wait. You can't do.
No. You can't walk over the disgrace. You have to talk about it.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Is a disgrace.
We'll get to some of that,
No,
sir.
wait. You can't do one without the other. In the history of our country, nothing like this has ever happened. And I've won these cases. I've won every one, and the rest are in the process of being won. Deranged Jack Smith is on his way back to the Hague, where he can execute people. This is where he should have stayed. I think he's dangerous even being there. But I'll tell you what they've done to me in terms of weaponization, indictments, impeachments, and everything else. And in the end, it probably helped me because I got the biggest vote, the most votes any Republican's ever gotten in history.
Pam Bondi talks about investigating the investigators. Do you want her to investigate Jack Smith?
I want her to do what she wants to do.
Do you want
I want her to do what she
Well, I
wants to
think he's
do.
very corrupt, but
And she said many times that she wants to investigate Jack Smith, so pretty sure I know what she's gonna do.
investigate Jack Smith?
I want her to do what she wants to do.
Do you want to see Jack Smith investigated?
Well, I think he's very corrupt, but I want her to do whatever she has
Are
to
you
do.
going to direct her
No,
to
I'm not.
prosecute
I'm not.
Jack
She's
Smith?
a very smart person. She was a great attorney general in Florida. She's very experienced. I want her to do what she wants to do. I'm not going to instruct her to do it, no.
Sir, are you going to fire the current FBI director, Christopher Wray, who you appointed?
Well, I can't say I'm thrilled with him. He invaded my home. I'm suing the country.
He invaded my home.
He invaded Mar-a-Lago.
All I was doing was keeping an entire bathroom full of documents that were classified and not supposed to be in a bathroom, and he invaded my home. It's totally wrong. Never happened before. Just forget the fact that there were documents being illegally kept.
Illegal.
My home. I'm suing the country over it. He invaded Mar-a-Lago. I'm very unhappy with the things he's done. And crime is at an all-time high. Migrants are pouring into the country that are from prisons.
How many times has he said those exact words? Crime all-time high, even though clearly not. If you look at, I don't know, statistics, graphs, numbers. Migrants doing, what are they again? Illegal migrants. They're doing something. Committing crimes as well.
Crime is at an all-time high. Migrants are pouring into the country.
Oh, they're pouring.
From prisons and
in the prisons and the mental institutions, of course.
I can't say I'm thrilled. I don't want to be Joe Biden and give you an answer and then do the exact opposite.
We're going to talk about
So
I don't
I'm
want
not
to tell
gonna do
you.
that.
I don't want to tell you that I'm not going to investigate Jack Smith when I'm probably going to investigate Jack Smith or Chris Wray or any of these people. I mean, it's not fair for me to tell you that I'm not going to when I'm going to, but it doesn't look good when I say on TV I'm going to investigate all these people who are investigating me for investigating me. It doesn't sound good, so I'm just going to say nothing.
Biden and give you an answer and then do the exact opposite.
We're going to talk about
So
that,
I'm not
but-
going to do that. What I'm going to say is I certainly cannot be happy with him. You take a look at what's happened. And then when I was shot in the ear, he said, "Oh, maybe it was shrapnel. Where's the shrapnel coming from? Is it coming from heaven? I don't think so."
Jesus,
So-
I say that.
We need somebody to straighten. I have a lot of respect for the FBI, but the FBI's respect has gone way down over the last number of years.
Don't you have to fire him in order to make room for Kash Patel if he is, in fact, confirmed?
Well, I mean, it would sort of seem pretty obvious that if Kash gets in, he's going to be taking somebody's place, right? And somebody is the man that you're talking about.
Okay, let's talk about Project 2020.
Wow. I guess, he's going to have to fire Chris Wray. At least he admitted that.
Somebody's place, right? And somebody is the man that you're talking about.
Okay, let's talk about Project 2025.
Ooh,
This
let's
is
do
the
it.
conservative policy blueprint. You disavowed it during the campaign. You
Never
called
heard of it.
a
Project
product
20,
of the radical
Project
right.
2020, Project 25. What is that? I don't know what that is. Never heard of it.
Policy blueprint. You disavowed it during the campaign. You called it a product of the radical right. You've said some of their
not all.
ideas
No,
were
I said,
abysmal.
I said some of it is. Some
Okay.
of it is
Some's
very,
very,
good.
very
It's
good.
very mainstream, actually.
Yeah.
Frankly, the Democrats should have used some of it because
People love theocracy. If Democrats would just be more theocratic, maybe Democratic voters would vote for them.
Some of it's very mainstream, actually. Frankly, the Democrats should have used some of it because they went, with all the transgender that they were doing, or with the men playing in women's sports. If they wouldn't have done that, maybe they would have done better.
Well, so you take me to my question. You're now giving people involved in Project 2025 prominent roles in your administration. Are you changing your mind about Project 2025? Is this now the policy blueprint for the second Trump administration?
Some people, if you take a look at the group, it was hundreds of people were involved.
Hundreds of people, and I've only put like a dozen of them in so far. And we do have a very many more appointments to make. But come on, that's like a fraction. I don't even know. How do fractions work again?
And I was actually, I reprimanded the whole group. I said, you shouldn't have placed this document in front of the voters.
Come on, guys, you're making me look bad. Why can't you keep these documents secret? I get working, but come on. You're making old Daddy Trump look bad. Let's wrap it up, people. Let's keep those lips zipped, please. We got an election to win here.
The whole group. I said, you shouldn't have placed this document in front of the voters because I have nothing to do with it and I'm the one that's running. You had no right to do this where you put a 1,000-page document in front, and many of those things I disagree with. Now, many of those things I happen to agree with. Many of those things Democrats should have agreed to, and I think they would have done much better in the election because they got slaughtered.
Well, I guess people see the list: Russ Vought, Brendan Carr, Peter Navarro, John Ratcliffe, Pete Hoekstra, Monica Crowley, and they think these are all the people who were involved in or writing Project 2025.
But they have
It's very strange. I don't understand. It's unexplainable.
And they think these are all of the people who were involved in or writing Project 2025. This must be a blueprint for work requirements, eliminating the Head Start program, criminalizing pornography. Is that what we can expect
I
to
don't
see?
know how they voted. I don't know. I never spoke to them actually about it. And I purposely, and I told you, normally it would be just the opposite. I'd review.
I intentionally learned nothing about them before I nominated them, intentionally, so I wouldn't know that they were part of Project 25. And now that I know, there's no way to go back. But they're going to have to go with what I want.
Never spoke to them actually about it. And I purposely, and I told you, normally it would be just the opposite. I'd review every page. I purposely didn't even want to see it. Because when somebody like you asked me a question about Project 2025.
So Donald Trump is basically saying, he's admitting to the fact that he knew enough about Project 2025 to know that it was toxic to him, and intentionally shoved his head under the sand on the contents of this fucking document so that he could have what's it called, like deniability, right? That's the word. That's the word we're looking at. Look, Bovine said it at the same time I said it. It's exactly the word. Plausible deniability.
It's science.
Unbelievable. Dude's just like, I knew all the people I was going to get into office. I just didn't, I didn't want to know what they were working on. I knew people didn't like it. And if I knew about it, you asked me questions, I would have had to pretend I didn't know. And that would have been really uncomfortable for me.
And I told you, normally it would be just the opposite. I'd review every page. I purposely didn't even want to see it. Because when somebody like you asked me a question about Project 2025, I can honestly say I've never seen it. I have nothing to do with it. I didn't read it. But I did hear some things in there that I would totally disagree with. And I said to the people that were really the people behind it, you know who those people are? I said, you really had no right doing this to me because they used it as a soundbite, the Democrats.
Oh my God, listen to Donald Trump. He's a victim of Project 2025 and all of its members, which he's appointing to government positions. All these people did him wrong, but you know what? He's a big guy. He isn't hurt that easily. He can get over these things. He can give you incredibly important governmental positions, even if you wronged him.
And I don't know, it couldn't have been too effective because they got slaughtered. But they did use it as a soundbite.
But to people who see, oh, he's bringing in all of these people from Project 2025, he must know what it is.
Well,
you know what?
I don't know what it is. No, I don't know what it is.
You still don't know
what
it is?
But I heard certain things that I didn't like. And by the way, I heard certain things that are phenomenal. Okay?
Like what?
Oh.
Like law and order. We want law and order. Oh. Okay? Little things like, let's put prisoners in jail. Let's not let people come out and raid every drugstore in Manhattan so that we have to put glass up and every store is going out of business.
Let me ask you about something you've referenced a couple of times in this interview. I asked you last time we sat down for an interview if you were going to pardon yourself. You said no. But now that President Biden has pardoned his son, Hunter, are you reconsidering? Might you pardon yourself?
I'm staying in the race.
I was given the option.
Sorry, I did that. I gotta hear this again.
I didn't do anything wrong. I was given the option. And the lawyers told me, a very specific lawyer, I don't have to go into who, but very high up in the administration said, sir, if you pardon yourself, you're going to look guilty. And you did nothing wrong.
Illegal.
Oh, I had that option. I could have saved myself a lot of legal fees. But
I could have pardoned myself, but people would have said, sir, you have to pardon yourself for a crime, so you'd have to admit to crimes. And I didn't want to admit that I committed crimes. I don't think I've ever admitted to a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Turned out that I was right. Look at what's gone on. Everything's being dropped. I still have a Fani Willis. Fani. A total hoax. That's a total hoax. It's all being dropped. It's all been discredited.
I did everything right, and they
there are those
indicted
people
me.
that say, and this would be the first time in history, that all of those fake indictments, they were going after a political opponent. There are those that say that I actually did better in the election because of it. Now, that would be a first. I think you would agree, because normally that's like you go back to the microphones, you say, I'm leaving right now, I will leave office, I'm going back to my family, and I will fight for my name. Well, I had to fight for my name in public because I didn't leave office. But no, I didn't want to pardon.
Oh my God. How is this guy getting a second term?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I had the option to pardon myself.
And you don't want one now? You're not going to pardon yourself now?
What do I need?
Why do I need one?
First of all, I've won almost all of the cases.
What if President
and the ones
Biden...
that I didn't win are on resuscitation.
What if President Biden offered you a pardon? Would you accept it?
I've never even thought about it.
Interesting thought, Kristen. Never even thought about it. I guess he could.
Would you accept it?
I've never even thought about it. I don't think he'll do it. Look, if he did, he's the one that started this whole thing. He got the Justice Department to go after me. And the state cases are all being run by the Justice Department, which is illegal. They had their people from the Justice Department work for Alvin Bragg in order to get something going. They worked for Letitia James in the
Criminal
state.
Letitia and Alvin.
His people go from the federal government and take lesser jobs in the state in order to get Donald
And you know he denies he had anything to do with it.
No,
and
you
there's
can't deny it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they were there. Wait a minute. Wait. You know, you have a tendency to sort of like slough over things.
Yeah, stop
You
sloughing.
just made a statement.
Why are you sloughing? Come on, Kristen. I like slough. I don't know what that means, but I don't like it.
State in order to get Donald
And you know he denies he had anything to do with it.
No,
and
you
there's
can't deny it. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they were there. Wait a minute. Wait. You know, you have a tendency to sort of like slough over things. You just made a statement. His person, the top, maybe the third or second or third person, left the federal government, the DOJ, and went to work for Letitia James. And then, after they got that one started, went to work for the DA.
Let me ask you about some of this new reporting. NBC News is reporting that President Biden is considering giving preemptive pardons to the likes of Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, and Anthony Fauci. If President Biden doesn't issue those pardons, do you think they are going to wish that he had? Are they going to be pursued?
I can tell you
I
this
don't know.
about Cheney.
Hard to say. I'm trying to play poker right now because, of course, those three names are on our list.
They are going to wish that he had? Are they going to be pursued?
I can tell you this about Cheney, and she's a so-called Republican. I think she hurt the Democrats terribly. When I saw that Kamala put Cheney out on the campaign trail, I said, that's the end of Kamala. I really did. I thought it was a terrible move, especially if you're a Democrat. But Cheney did something that's inexcusable, along with Thompson and the people on...
Okay, if I wasn't already.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Donald Trump just analyzed the election better than NBC has up to this point. In one sentence.
The campaign trail, I said, that's the end of Kamala.
Wait, sorry. Try it again. Take two.
And she's a so-called Republican. I think she hurt the Democrats terribly. When I saw that Kamala put Cheney out on the campaign trail, I said, that's the end of Kamala. I really did. I thought it was a terrible.
It's insane. I can't believe Donald Trump actually said something both true and insightful during this hour and 15-minute interview. Something that he said is NBC has refused to accept at this point. Oh, God. I wonder if Trump saying it will get them to accept it. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, boy. I'm sort of... I didn't even hear this on my first listen through. That just broke me a little bit.
Move, especially if you're a Democrat. But Cheney did something that's inexcusable, along with Thompson and the people on the Unselect Committee of political thugs and, creeps. So the Unselect Committee went through a year and a half of testimony. Wait. They deleted and destroyed all evidence of that they found.
Illegal.
You know why? Because Nancy Pelosi was guilty. Nancy Pelosi turned down 10,000 troops. You wouldn't have had a J6.
Nancy Pelosi was guilty, not me for inciting it, but her for not thinking that she needed 10,000 troops to stop my supporters from storming the Capitol. Stupid Nancy.
Because other people were guilty. The people that said that I attacked 2 Secret Service agents in a car. I grabbed one around the neck. I was then rebuffed, and I grabbed the other one. These are 2 of the toughest men anywhere on the planet. They happen to be slightly younger than me, maybe, just a little bit. Let me just tell you. They testified. They said it was total. And all of this stuff came out.
I wonder what that word was. It was probably a nice word, right?
They said it was total.
I think he said bullshit.
And all of this stuff came out. People lied so badly. Now, listen.
Oh, God.
This was a committee. A big deal.
Big deal.
They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime.
Sir.
And Cheney was behind it. And so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee.
We're going to...
For what they did.
He's completely lost everyone.
They should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
That's exactly what he just said.
Everyone on the committee, you think?
I think everybody anybody that voted in favor.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to jail?
Not at all.
No. They know what I want. I don't have to say it.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to jail?
Not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to focus on drill, baby, drill.
When you say that, it carries weight, though. You've tapped these people to lead the Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Biden, if he wants to.
They can do whatever they like.
Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Biden can give him a pardon if he wants to, and maybe he should. Just remember.
Oh, there it is. Maybe he should. He didn't answer the question earlier, but now he's said enough at this point that he's realized, I'm just going to lead into it. Yes, maybe he should pardon them because they're going to jail.
He's going to give him a pardon if he wants to, and maybe he should. Just remember, Unselect Committee, a year and a half of sworn testimony, and after getting all of the testimony, they deleted it, and they destroyed almost everything. There's nothing left.
Nothing left. There is some left in this interview, but unfortunately, you're going to have to stick around to the second half to watch the rest of it with us. Which will happen in just a few minutes, but we're going to have to take a quick commercial break. / just break, for people who need a break. Alright everybody, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Both super helpful for multiple reasons. Once you've done both of those things, do consider becoming a Galactic patron or some other kind of contributor, as we are funded entirely by viewers like you. All sorts of fantastic ways for you to contribute. YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, Cash App, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most galactic benefits for your galactic dollars.
just $3 a month to be a Galactic patron. Link is in the chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Anyway, chat, we are unfortunately dealing with a number of financial issues due to my assuming I'd be getting paid by YouTube immediately after getting monetized.
I don't want reality.
Probably should have assumed the exact opposite, because it looks like it's going to take till basically January for me to see any of the money that any of you have contributed to me thus far. And for some of it, even closer to February. So do consider contributing either on Cash App or PayPal before any of the other places, as I get that money immediately. Also Patreon, though, because I get that money immediately too, for whatever reason. But YouTube and Twitch, they love holding on to the money, I guess, you know, for periods of time. Unexplicable periods of time, honestly, since there are so many available sort of online banks that would, you know, make it easy to facilitate payments immediately. Anyways, do keep the Galactic News Network alive and help us keep bringing you all that sweet, sweet space news. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back.
Time to get back to your seats, so you don't miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content. It's about to come in right now. Okay. Looks like some people have been watching my clips. Glad to see that. Alright, back to the present. Back to reality. Reality led by Donald J. Trump.
It's unprecedented.
And they deny
doing that. If you
doing
do that in a civil case, you go to jail.
You know they deny doing that. And officials say that the order never came in for the National Guard.
They put out a statement.
On January 6th, let me ask you this about January 6th. I think
Benny
you're going to want to
Thompson
answer
wrote
this.
in a statement that he has destroyed all evidence.
Let me ask you this about
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be if you know, you have such potential. If you could be
such potential,
just non-biased, you hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean it.
Everyone knows it. I literally have seen none of the evidence, but I'm sure it's because they deleted it all, right? That's how it works, right? That's why it's, that's what's so great about evidence. It doesn't exist, right? It's been deleted. Is that there's no evidence of the evidence, and therefore you can claim it exists or existed, and that is the fact that it doesn't exist anymore is in fact proof of the conspiracy.
You hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm just saying they deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Kristen, if I did it, you would be standing up in that chair shouting at me. And you know what I'd do? I'd say, you got me.
You got me.
I
did it.
They have done something so illegal. They have a committee sworn to, and because it was so bad, the only reason they did it is because the testimony turned out to be in favor of me. Like Secret Service testified and disputed everything. It made them into a bunch of liars. Not Secret Service, it made the people. They got rid of it because it made Nancy Pelosi, the mayor of D.C., so many people look like criminals. And I will tell you, it's illegal for them to delete.
There's a long list of people that appear to be criminals in Donald Trump's mind, many people who are in government right now. And he's been talking about how some people need to be afraid about going to jail. Specifically, these people he's talking about right now. We're going to get into a list of these people a little later, not too much later.
To destroy that evidence.
Let me ask you about January 6th in a different capacity, okay? I think you're going to want to answer this question. You promised to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Are you still vowing to follow through with that promise?
We're looking at it right now, most likely.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
Well,
those people have suffered long and hard, and there may be some exceptions to it. I have to look. But, if somebody was radical.
Someone's a little too radical or too crazy, we might hold off.
Some exceptions to it. I have to look. But, if somebody was radical, crazy, there might be some people from Antifa there. I don't know.
Okay, I see what he's saying. So not the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, or the Oath Keepers, or any of those people. They were standing by faithfully. But Antifa, some very, very nasty Antifa people might have to go to jail.
Radical, crazy. There might be some people from Antifa there. I don't know, because those people seem to be in good shape. Whatever happened to Scaffold Man? You know who Scaffold Man was? He stood on the scaffold telling everybody to go and nothing happened to him. Whatever happened to Ray Epps?
Happened
I don't
to
know anything
the
about
Scaffold
Ray Epps,
Man?
but it was sort of strange the way he was talking. Where is he? What happened to him? Because the people that did very little, they arrested an old woman because I don't think she did anything. They don't even know what she did. These people have suffered. Their lives have been destroyed. And yet in Portland...
Now, Scaffold Man is apparently one of the people that Tucker Carlson linked to Dominion voting systems that basically lost him his job at Fox News. He accused his wife of being an agent of Dominion voting systems, apparently. So this is fascinating. This is some real deep rumor mill stuff. I think I've only heard Ray Epps' name a couple times.
Where they burn down half the city. They burn it down all the time. It's like a routine occurrence. They don't do anything. They attack the courthouse, federal courthouse. They always say federal building. Okay. They destroyed the beautiful limestone exterior of the courthouse in Portland.
Horrible.
They killed people in Portland.
They did that, which is why it's fine that people went and stormed the Capitol and destroyed Congress, the Capitol building. What's wrong with that? It's the same thing. Nobody went to jail.
Seattle, people got killed in Seattle. They took over a big chunk of the city. They took it over. They took the city away. Minneapolis, it looked like when they said this is a friendly protest, and yet over the poor...
Ray Epps is January 6th. Right. Well, I thought that was clear. Maybe I didn't make that clear in what I was saying. But yeah, Ray Epps was a guy who was seen at the January 6th riots, like Donald Trump was saying a bunch of pretty inflammatory things. I don't think he was one of the people charged, but immediately after the January 6th, like literally like days after it, Tucker Carlson started making up all these conspiracy theories about the guy, which included his wife being a supposed agent of Dominion voting systems.
From CNN, his shoulder. The entire city was burning down. It looked like World War II. Nothing happened. But wait, nothing happened.
They
took over the police statement. They took over the police station in Minneapolis. They burned it down. Nothing happened to anybody. And yet these people have been in jail, and I hear the jail is a hellhole. They've done reports.
Heard it's not great.
Say that's
You're
true.
trying to avoid it.
They've done reports. This is the most disgusting film.
The way he talks about it, I feel like he's been like watching like Oz or like some other sort of like HBO or whatever, like jail special. He's like, I've heard jail is very bad. I don't want to go there. People have been telling me, Trump, you might go, sir. Sir, if you lose this case, you might go to jail. I've been doing my research, and I hear it's real bad. You don't know just how bad it is.
Place. These people are living in hell.
Let me just...
And I think it's very unfair.
But
most likely, I'll do it very quickly.
Very quickly. Okay, but some of them, 169 of them, have pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers.
Because they had no choice.
900 pleaded guilty to other crimes. They're also going to be eligible for a pardon from you?
Listen, it's a very tough system. Do you know almost nobody... I saw people that didn't even go into the building and they were convicted. And you had the police saying, come on in, come on in. I mean, the police are saying, come on.
Is he taking this from his experience? Like, I think he had to be fingerprinted. Is that what he's talking about? So I went into a New York City Manhattan jail to be fingerprinted. And the things I saw were so horrifying. I've decided the whole prison system needs reform.
Police saying, come on in, come on in. I mean, the police are saying, come on in, everybody, come on in. They had people, you have a lot of cameras. They don't want to release the tapes. They don't want to release the tapes.
So, but you're going to consider pardoning even those who pleaded guilty
I'm so
to crimes,
confused what it is.
assaulting
Oh, wait.
Sometimes
Wait, no, is he saying the police were literally waving people into the... That's what he's saying. He's saying that the police were... He goes back and forth between so many different fucking frames of things. Okay, I get what he's saying. That's the talking point, basically. That's the standard Republican talking point. It was a perfectly fine. It was like a tourist gathering. All the police were saying, "Come on in," even the ones shooting at a very fine person.
But you're going to consider pardoning even those who pleaded guilty to crimes, including assaulting police officers.
Well, sometimes they say, "Here's your choice."
You're not ruling it out.
Look, I know the system. The system's a very corrupt system. They say to a guy, you're going to go to jail for 2 years or for 30 years. And these guys are...
Yeah, that's what they were saying. He is definitely, a lot of this is very personal for him. This is all very anecdotal. People were telling him, you're going away for 2 or 30 years. I'm pretty sure this is literally... this is him recounting things that he's lived through. He's like, you know, people, they come to you and they got a deal. And it's like, hey, you definitely committed a crime. Now you could take 2 from us. We'll give you 2. Or you could go to jury trial. You get 30.
To a guy, you're going to go to jail for 2 years or for 30 years. And these guys are looking, their whole lives have been destroyed. For 2 years they've been destroyed. But the system is a very nasty system.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm going to look at everything. We're going to look at individual cases.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day.
Yeah, I'm looking
First
for
day.
first day.
Issue these pardons.
These people have been there. How long is
Don't know what Project 25 is, but I've got a blueprint for first day.
3 or 4 years.
Okay.
You know, by the way, they've been in there for years. And they're in a filthy, disgusting place that shouldn't even be allowed to be open.
Let's talk about your cabinet picks. I know we started off talking about Pete Hegseth, but
I wonder if he's going to tackle the private prison industry because of his momentary time in state-run jails. This is fascinating. Maybe we'll get a crackdown on private prisons that are, you know, they're treating their prisoners horribly.
let's talk
There's no bottle service in jails. I don't get it. What the hell, man?
about your cabinet picks. I know we started off talking about Pete Hegseth, but I just want to return to that very quickly. Have you gotten assurances from senators that he's going to be confirmed? Do you think he can make it?
No, I think you will, yeah. I've had a lot of senators call me up saying he's fantastic.
You don't drink yourself.
No.
You've talked about how devastating drinking can be.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that the person who you picked for this top job at the Defense Department, at least according to those who've worked with him, has struggled with drinking?
But I've spoken to people that know him very well, and they say he does not have a drinking problem.
Oh,
And,
okay, that's good.
You know, he had a lot of knives out for him. A lot of people.
Yeah, people are just saying stuff about Pete. He doesn't actually drink at all. Okay, even though many people have, from different places, said that he's kind of a problem drinker. I hear from Pete that he's actually never had a drink before, and I'm more likely to take his word.
Have a drinking problem. And, you know, he had a lot of knives out for him. A lot of people don't want to see the military made better.
Let me ask you about former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. You picked her to be the Director of National Intelligence.
Right.
In 2017, she had 2 secret meetings with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Do you have questions or concerns about those meetings?
No. And he's got bigger problems right now.
Well, do you think it makes it hard for her to make it clear? I mean, do you think it...
Oh my God. Donald's got jokes.
Got bigger problems right now.
Well, do you think it makes it hard for her?
His country is collapsing.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it compromises her ability to handle that?
I met with Putin. I met with President Xi of China. I met with Kim Jong-un twice. Does that
Well,
I met with everybody. What's wrong with
when
that?
you were president, they weren't secret
but look,
meetings.
people meet. All these people meet. I mean, I see some of the most dishonest people. I'll tell you, the 51 agents that said that the laptop wasn't from Hunter. It was
Laptop from
Russia.
hell.
What about them? Tell me about them. Do you think they did something wrong? Do you think that...
Tell me where that penis picture came from. Why does it look so much bigger than mine? When I look down, I don't see the same thing.
All so stupid that they thought that the laptop from hell...
So you have confidence in Tulsi Gabbard?
I do. So does I mean, she's a very respected person.
Let me ask you about RFK Jr. He has obviously talked about his skepticism of vaccines. He's expressed opposition to childhood vaccines. Do you want to see childhood vaccines eliminated?
If they're dangerous for children. Look,
so possibly?
When you look at some of the problems...
Maybe. If RFK tells me they're bad, they're gone tomorrow.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When you look at what's going on with disease and sickness in our country, something's wrong.
Are you talking about autism?
Well, if you take a look at autism, you go back 25 years, autism was almost non-existent. It was,
Oh boy,
1 out
here
of
we go.
100,000, and now it's close to 1 out of 100.
He's been listening to RFK. Big time. Listening to his complete anti-science garbage.
Well,
I mean, What's
What is going on? I don't even get
They
it.
can find it. Now, I did something the other night that was a little unusual.
Okay.
At Mar-a-Lago, I called the drug companies, the top drug companies, and I called RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and some of his people, and I said, let's all
the
get
greatest
together
minds
and
in
let's
medicine.
figure out where we're going, because
All the greatest minds in medicine, the top CEOs at all the biggest healthcare companies, RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz. We're going to solve it. It's going to be better than it was before.
and I said, let's all get together and let's figure out where we're going, because we're going to do a lot of things. Number one, we're going to reduce prices, because the middleman makes more money than the drug companies, in all fairness to the drug companies.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There's a middleman that nobody even...
Oh, yeah. It's the middlemen who are making more money. The drug companies, they're barely scraping by.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You don't know how hard it is to be a CEO or a big shareholder at a top 5 drug company like Pfizer or Moderna. It's a tough road. CVS is killing these people, and we just need to crush the local pharmacies, small people that are just rigging the system, taking all the money from these heroes, these drug company heroes, and we'll solve it. We will solve it.
makes more money than the drug companies, in all fairness to the drug companies. There's a middle...
Gotta be fair to the drug
nobody knows
companies.
who they are. And you look at our drug prices, they're much higher than the prices for the same medicine, for the same stuff. So we met, and we met for a long time, and we talked about pricing, and we talked about vaccines, in terms of what happens. We talked about pesticides. We talked about everything. And I think a lot of good things are going to come from him. And
I even called United Healthcare, but nobody was answering the phones, and it's really weird because I thought they would want to be. I figured they would want to be in on this conversation. Not sure. Not sure. I called them. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Why? But then I'm like, it's just crickets. No one's answering over at UHC. Super weird. I know their CEO personally. He just refuses to respond to my texts. I don't get it.
And I think a lot of good things are going to come from him. And he's not going to upset any system. He's not going to upset this. He's not looking to, to reinvent the wheel totally. But when you look at the numbers, we really don't have a very healthy country.
Well, sir, going back 25 years, studies show that there is no link between vaccines and autism. And yet it sounds like you are open to the possibility of him looking
I'm
at
open to
getting
anything.
rid of them?
I think somebody has to find out. If you go back 25 years ago, you had very little autism. Now you have it. I mean...
Well, they say because they're better at identifying it.
That's one way. I mean, you could say that, or you could say that vaccines are causing it. It's like 50-50, really.
Now you have it. I mean...
Well, they say because they're better at identifying it.
1 in 100,000, and now it's 1 in 100. That's
don't math. Don't you get math,
Something
Kristen?
is going on. I don't know if it's...
Kristen, don't you get how math works? There's more now than there was before. The only explanation is vaccines.
That's
the only thing that's changed.
Childhood vaccine.
I mean, something is going on. I don't know if it's vaccines. Maybe it's chlorine in the water, right?
Oh, maybe it's the
people
chlorine.
are looking at a lot of different...
I thought we were supposed to inject chlorine into our blood system to solve COVID. Now it's in the water. It's causing the problems.
Maybe it's chlorine in the water, right? People are looking
weird.
at a lot of different things.
Well, childhood vaccines...
I want them to look at everything.
Everything. So childhood vaccines have prevented about 4 million deaths around the world every year.
I think that's
sir.
great.
Isn't that...
I'm all for it. I think it's great. Hey, look, I'm not against vaccines. The polio vaccine is the greatest thing. If somebody told me get rid of the polio vaccine, they're going to have to work real hard to convince me.
Isn't the polio vaccine literally one of the vaccines that RFK claimed had a particular ingredient in it that caused autism? What's happening? I don't think he talked. I think he needs to get back in the lab with RFK.
I think certain vaccines are incredible, but maybe some aren't. And if they aren't, we have to find out. But when you talk about autism, because it was brought up, and you look at the amount we have today versus 20 or 25 years ago, it's pretty scary.
Well, again, scientists say that's because they've gotten better at
I think we're gonna
identifying it, and there's no link.
Yeah,
in
there's no way to say for sure.
Companies are going to be working with RFK Jr. and he's,
Oh, good. We got RFK is going to be like the czar of the drug companies, and they'll all kind of work together. He'd be like a czar. He'd be like a board member. It'd be weird. It'd be weird.
He's been an interesting guy to me. I've watched him for 25 years, and he's been an interesting guy.
Let's talk about Elon Musk, another interesting person.
He's very interesting.
Last month.
Wait, if he's been watching RFK for 25 years, does that mean that he also... Did he ever listen to Sam Cedar when they were on Air America? Because that was during the time when he was on Air America. Oh, this rabbit hole goes so deep.
One of your allies said, quote, he's behaving as if he's a co-president. Will you favor Elon Musk over other leaders of competitor companies like Jeff Bezos, Mary Barra?
No, Jeff Bezos called me. We're having dinner.
No, Elon, he just gave me $250 million to get reelected. No big deal.
Competitor companies like Jeff Bezos, Mary Barra.
No, Jeff Bezos called me. We're having dinner.
I'm going to be nice to all the really rich guys.
Mark Zuckerberg came in. We had a really nice dinner. He asked to have dinner. I had dinner with him. I'm having dinner with everybody. People like me now. It's something.
They didn't like me before, but now they really like me. I don't know what changed. It's weird.
I'm having dinner with everybody. People like me now. It's something going on that people. I said, would you have come to dinner with me if I lost? I think the answer is no. I said nicely, kiddingly, of course, because I don't want to sound foolish.
You get it. People don't like me unless I'm president. Because I'm actually kind of an asshole in real life. But when I've got power, unlimited power, people are like, hey, you know what? Actually, dinner sounds good.
But I say jokingly, would you have been here at dinner if I lost? And the answer was probably not. Look, I'm getting called by everybody. It's very interesting. It's different than the first. When I won the first time, I wasn't nearly as popular as this. And one thing that's very important in terms of the election, I love that I won the popular vote, and by a lot. If I didn't,
1.6%.
because they
but it's a lot. 1.6, you don't understand. 1.6 is a lot more than, say, I don't know, 1.5 or 1.4. I mean, 1.3? I mean, come on. Way more than 1.3.
is this. And one thing that's very important in terms of the election, I love that I won the popular vote, and by a lot. If I didn't,
1.6%.
because they would go with the other one. They say, while he didn't win the popular vote, he won a lot of. I won a lot of the electoral college, but they would always preface it by saying, now they say he won the popular vote and he won the electoral college.
They're all saying it.
He won all 7 swing states. That was a great election.
Very quickly, because we're going to talk about the election coming up, but you've tapped Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, to head up this Department of Government Efficiency.
Correct.
Which proposes cuts to the federal government. I think a lot of people hear that and they get concerned about Medicare and Social Security and
Not
Medicaid
going to have anything to do.
And defense spending.
We're talking
you
about
won't touch
theft,
Medicare, Social Security.
abuse,
Not going to do it.
Okay.
No, I said to be, we're not touching Social Security, other than we make it more efficient, but the people are going to get what they're getting.
Okay, so the entitlements
And
off
we're not
the table.
we're not raising ages or any of that stuff.
Okay,
No.
off.
Well, there you go, folks. That's actually humongous news for a lot of people out there. Apparently, Donald Trump is committing right now in this interview, and he's been pretty scrupulous about what he's committing to, if you've noticed. I mean, he literally said, pretty much verbatim, I'm being scrupulous about what I am saying right now because I know that it will affect me later, and I might have to go back on it. But he's very, very resolutely claiming that not going to touch entitlements. Medicare, Social Security, staying where they are. If you're getting this much, you're going to stay getting that much. Not going to raise retirement age to 69, like a lot of Republicans have been talking about recently doing, because they don't want to cut budget on other places, like, I don't know, the military budget. But hey, write that down for later in case it comes up.
I won't do it.
Okay, let's turn to foreign policy. Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into office?
Yeah, probably. Sure.
You've said you can end the war in
We're in for
24
350
We're going to end
billion.
it.
and Europe is in for 100 billion. Why isn't Europe in for the same as us? The one thing that should happen is that Europe should come in they should equalize.
Equalizing.
And, you know, Biden, all he had to do, like I did with NATO, I said...
Was that 225, I think? So I guess Europe's going to have to come up with $125 billion.
Got to pay your bills.
No big deal.
They weren't paying their bills. And as you know, the Secretary General said, President Trump got $600 billion, no, 640 to be exact. And I used to use the 400 billion number. He corrected me. He said, no, you actually
much
got
more, sir.
$641 billion put in. Because I said, you have to pay your bills. We were paying for NATO. And you know why I got the money? Because I asked for it. It wasn't that complicated. Europe is in for a fraction. And war with Russia is more important for Europe than it is for us. It's important for everybody, but it's more important for Europe than it is for us.
And you've said
we have a little thing called an ocean in between us.
You said you can end the war.
An ocean in between us? A huge ocean? I mean, what is the distance between Kamchatka and Alaska? It's not a lot. Actually, that's not even the... I'm sorry, Kamchatka isn't the main point. It's further north. It's like, there's like 50 miles or something like that between Alaska and Russia. It's not a big ocean. It's like Donald Trump's never seen a map before. Huge ocean in some places. Forget Alaska. Do we even need Alaska? It's all the way up there. It's between us and Canada. We don't need it.
And you've said
we have a little thing called an ocean in between us.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it before you're sworn into office. You're actively trying to.
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin
No, I have
since
not.
you've been
You mean,
elected?
no. I
don't want to say that. I love that. I love how he tries to play it off like he didn't completely just show his hand just now. I don't want to say that. It's like, yeah, okay, Donald. So you've definitely talked to Putin since you've been elected.
I'm trying to.
You're actively trying to?
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin
No, I have
since
not.
you've been
You mean,
elected?
no. Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since...
Not in the last 24 hours.
I don't want to say anything about that because I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
But you
I want to stop
talked
it.
about
Let me
the
tell you
other
what I
world
have talked
leaders.
about. Let me tell
Okay.
you. There are people being killed in that war at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You have to go back to the Second World War, and even that, if you take a look at, and you know what it is? It's the soldiers largely. The cities have been emptied out and demolished. The country has been demolished. If I won that election, which you know how I feel about it, I won't get into it because we don't need to start that argument. I think it's an easy argument. It was really proven even more conclusively by the win that I had on this one. But
you did go to court, sir.
Well, that's your opinion, but I disagree with that.
I disagree.
Had I kept control, number one, Israel wouldn't have happened. Number two, Ukraine would have never happened. It would have never happened, Ukraine, Russia. But the number of people that are being killed, soldiers, young, beautiful soldiers.
The most beautiful soldiers you've ever seen.
Of people.
I mean, these people were winning modeling contests before they became soldiers.
Young, beautiful soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. And you know, it's very interesting. It's level. Totally level. The battlefields. Totally level. You know what's happening? Yeah. The only thing that stops a bullet, you know what it is a body, a human body.
Also body armor.
The people that are being killed.
And just regular armor also stops bullets. There's a few other things that stop bullets. Like, it's actually a list of stuff that stops bullets. But it's better to just say a body. Sounds better.
A bullet, you know what it is a body, a human body. And the people that are being killed, hundreds of thousands on both sides. Russia's lost probably 500,000. Ukraine's lost higher than they say, probably 400,000. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of bodies laying all over fields. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen, and it should have never been allowed to happen. Biden should have been able to stop it.
Sir, will the United States stay in NATO while you're in office?
In where?
NATO. Do you commit that the United
thing we're
States
talking
will
about right now?
remain a member of NATO while you're in office?
Again, they have to pay their bills. If they pay their bills, absolutely.
But not if they don't pay their bills.
But NATO's taking advantage of us because we were look, two things. Number one, they take advantage of us on trade, meaning the European nations, okay, like terrible. They don't take our cars, they don't take our food product, they don't take anything. It's a disgrace.
I'm sorry. Does Donald Trump think NATO is a country in Europe? What's happening right now? Did anybody just hear what I just NATO refuses? NATO doesn't take our food. They don't take any of our exports.
Number one, they take advantage of us on trade, meaning the European nations. Okay,
Okay, the European nations.
They don't take our cars,
Okay.
they don't take our food
Right.
product, they don't take anything.
They don't take anything.
It's a disgrace.
I mean, let's just check that. U.S. exports to EU 2023. $370 billion worth of goods were exported from the United States to the EU. I guess that's none. It's also none. It's 370 billion, but it's also none.
And on top of that, we defend them. So it's a double whammy.
It's a double
So
whammy.
let me just tell you, I was able to get hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO just by a tough attitude. I said to the countries, I'm not going to protect you unless you pay. And they started paying. And that amounted to more than $600 billion. That's a big thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be fighting. They wouldn't have any money to fight. If they're paying their bills, and if I think they're doing if they're treating us fairly, the answer is absolutely, I'd stay with NATO.
But if not,
I wonder what that means to him when he says pay your bills, because that's like a weird concept. And I know he said that he wants it to be an equal contribution, NATO funds wise, but does that also mean that there needs to be a trade imbalance in favor of the United States as well? Does the EU need to become a net importer of U.S. goods? What does it mean? What does any of it mean?
you would consider the possibility of
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's turn to the Middle East now, sir. There are still American hostages being held in Gaza.
Yeah.
You said this week that if the hostages aren't released before Inauguration Day, quote, there will be all hell to pay.
Correct.
What exactly did you mean? And do you still think that the hostages are...
Does that include the Palestinian hostages in all the Israeli jails?
Correct.
What exactly did you mean? And do you still think that the hostages are alive?
I'm not a big believer in the fact that there are too many of them living, sadly, because I've seen the way they've been treated.
Okay.
I talk about the young girl that was pulled by her hair violently and thrown into the back of a car like she was a sack of potatoes. And I said, you know, that's hatred. And then I said, how did that young girl do? Beautiful young girl just dragged by her hair.
Just dragged by her hair. Yeah, you could have been dragging her from somewhere else. I could, grab her by the pussy, drag her that way. I don't know.
All over her body. You can imagine the parents thrown into the back of a car by some horrible guy. And I said, how is she? She's dead. She died, sir. I don't think you have as many. I mean, I hate to say it. I think you have far fewer hostages than people think.
Really?
That's what I think. It's only my opinion, but
Okay.
I've been right on just about everything.
Are you going to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu, with whom you have a very good relationship, to end the war in Gaza?
Yeah, sure.
And
I
have
want
you
him to
already
end it.
started that process?
I want him to end it, but you gotta have a victory. People forget about October 7th. That was as violent, and you know what's happening? I noticed that a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it never really happened." That's like the Holocaust. You have Holocaust deniers. Now you have October.
Wow. So, for anybody who thought maybe Donald Trump would be good for this situation, prepare yourself, because the rest of this on Israel is literally insane. Okay? it's about to get wild. But what he says about all of this stuff is literally insane. First off, who is an October 7th denier? Name me one. And the fact that, he's sitting here, he's comparing October 7th to the Holocaust. he might as well. I mean, he sounds like Benjamin Netanyahu right now, essentially, just a different accent.
October 7th. That was as violent. And you know what's happening? I noticed that a lot of people are saying, oh, it never really happened. That's like the Holocaust. You know, you have Holocaust deniers. Now you have October 7th deniers, and it just happened.
I wish Kristen would ask him to name one fucking person saying that.
That's like the Holocaust. You know, you have Holocaust deniers. Now you have October 7th deniers, and it just happened. No, October 7th happened.
Oh,
and I've
really?
seen pictures.
I've seen pictures. You haven't seen them, Kristen. They're terrible.
If China invades Taiwan on your watch, are you committed to defending Taiwan?
I never say.
Still won't say. I
never say because I have to negotiate things, right?
Can you just say if you'll defend it? I'm not saying if the U.S. military.
I'd prefer that they don't do it. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. We have been communicating with each other.
Since you were elected?
Yes.
And you sent that message?
Since like 3 days ago. Yes, we communicate.
And you sent that message to him, don't invade Taiwan?
We didn't talk about that. Okay. We talked about other things. But
leave Taiwan alone.
Relationship.
Come on, Xi.
I hope he doesn't do it.
This week, a federal court upheld a law that could result in TikTok being banned. You said you're going to rescue TikTok when you get into office. Are you going to take steps to protect it?
Yeah, and as you know, I use TikTok very successfully in my campaign. I have a man named TikTok Jack. He was very effective, obviously, because I won youth by 30%. All Republicans lose youth. I don't know why.
Not the youth, just youth. I won youth. I won youth. That's how language works. I won youth.
Youth by 30%. All Republicans lose youth. I don't know why. Maybe it's changing. And last time we were down 30% with youth. This time we're up 35% with youth. And I use TikTok, so I can't really, I can't totally hate it. It was very effective. But I will say this, if you do that, something else is going to come along and take its place. And maybe that's not fair. What they're doing, and really what the judge actually said was that you can't have Chinese companies. In other words, they have the right to ban it if you can prove that Chinese companies own it. That's what the judge actually said.
So are you going to try to protect TikTok just very quick once you're in office?
I'm going to try and make it so that other companies don't become an even bigger monopoly.
Okay.
Because that's what happens.
We're winding
So it sounds like yes.
down, and
TikTok will be safe under Trump.
I do.
Even with the law.
This is your first interview since you won the election.
Congratulations.
Yes,
I hope
congratulations to you.
I hope you do well with it.
Yes, and sir, I don't have to tell you this because you've talked about it. It comes at a time when the country is deeply divided. And now you're going to be leading this country for the next 4 years. For the sake of unifying this country, will you concede the 2020 election and turn the page on that chapter?
Illegal.
No, why would I do that? But let me just tell you, when you say the country is deeply divided,
I won it. This is my third term.
Joe Biden's the president.
But you're going to be the president.
No. I'm not the president. So when you say it's deeply divided, I agree. But Biden's the president. I'm not. And he has been a divider. And you know where he divided it more than anything else, and it probably backfired on him, I think definitely, is weaponization. When he weaponized the Justice Department and he went after his political opponent, me, he went after his political opponent violently because he knew he couldn't beat him. And I think it really was a bad thing. And it really divided our country.
Sir, Democrats have control of the White House now. They didn't in 2020. If they're going around stealing elections, why
when you
didn't
say
they do it
Democrats
this
have
time?
control now
Of the White House.
Yeah.
So why didn't they steal this election?
Yeah, good question.
Since they have more power now.
Because I think it was too big to rig.
Too big to rig. We weren't that big. We weren't that big in 2020. They won, but they weren't so big that it was unriggable.
So you won't.
Too big to rig.
To the people who say
Kristen is so
that
confused by that answer.
You're now directing your Justice Department to investigate 2020, and they want to move
I
on.
have very capable.
Is that
I think
a
Pam
good
is going to
use
be
of
great.
Precious resources.
By the way,
is that what you
just
want
so
them to do?
Just so you know, I have the right to do that, but I'm not interested in that.
Oh, you're not. You're not going to do that.
I'm not interested. I
Okay.
have the absolute right. I'm the chief law enforcement officer. You do know that. I'm the president. But I'm not interested in that.
You know I could put you in jail, right, Kristen? Better watch it with those questions.
Know that. I'm the president. But I'm not interested in that. You know what I'm interested in? Drilling and getting prices down and stopping people from pouring into our border that come from prisons and mental institutions.
Last two.
This is literally his two There's only two tasks. Drill, baby, drill, and get rid of all of the illegals.
Questions here. One of the things that made this campaign unprecedented and extraordinary were the horrific attempts against your life. 2 assassination attempts. Do you feel safe going into the White House
I do.
for the next 4 years? Why?
I have confidence in Secret Service. I know the people. I got to know a lot of them, and I have confidence. It was a bad moment. Something shouldn't have happened. But I have a lot of confidence, and they've really stepped it up. They were restricted from giving the... Look, I do a rally, and you were at many of them, and I'd have 50,000 people. Joe would have a rally, and he'd have 30 people.
We're still talking rally
he had more
sizes.
Secret Service than me. My Secret Service was always asking for more manpower / women power. They were asking for more and more and more, and they couldn't get it. I'm not blaming them, really, because they were always fighting for more people, and they wouldn't get... Now, boy, do we have it.
I know it was hard on your entire family. What can people expect from the First Lady in this second administration? What role will she play? She obviously had her be best.
Everybody be
very
best.
Liked, loved, and she's very respected, and she's a very solid person, and she devotes a lot of time to helping children. You know what she does, and she's got her Be Best deal. That
Yes,
is
Be Best.
Incredible what she's done.
It's truly incredible.
The one thing I say, whether it's first...
She put 2 English words together. You know, she's not from this country, right? It's truly incredible, and she deserves a hell of a lot of credit for... I don't care about English syntax, okay? Be best. You should be best. I should be best. Everyone be best.
She's done. The one thing I say, whether it's First Lady or my children did such a good job, and they were treated very badly by the press and others. Ivanka was unbelievable what she did, and she all she wanted to do is one thing: get people jobs. She could have been the UN secretary. I said to her, she would have been unbelievable. She's got the whole package for that, including right up there. She's as smart as they.
Wait, including right up there? What is the rest of the package? He's just saying that his daughter's hot again? He's just saying his daughter's hot and also maybe smart too. Everybody's saying just how hot she is, though. And maybe smart.
People jobs. She could have been the UN secretary. I said to her, she would have been unbelievable. She's got the whole package for that, including right up there. She's as smart.
Including right up there.
She didn't want... She said, Daddy, I want to work on getting people jobs. You know, she'd go to Walmart. She'd go to X such a...
No, there's nothing weird. No, I see you questioning. There's nothing weird about me switching from talking about my wife to talking about my daughter like she's super hot. There's nothing weird about that. Please stop asking about it.
I want to work on getting people jobs. You know, she'd go to Walmart. She'd go to X such a... She produced millions of jobs for people. Not glamorous. Most people didn't know she did it. And she was always being excoriated. And I said to my kids...
Unfair criticism.
Don't come in. Don't come in. It's just...
You said to them, don't
I said to them, yeah.
But will you miss having them there? Will it feel different? They were
your
your top advisors.
I'll tell you what, I'll miss them, and they're really competent. But I say, just go have fun, do your business, do whatever you do. But don't come in. Because no matter what they did such a great job. Although I have to say, Lara did a phenomenal job as the head of the Republican National Committee, along with Michael.
What will the First Lady's role be, do you think? Will she continue her Be Best campaign?
She's a very elegant First Lady. She was a very successful woman before that, in the modeling and other things, but in the modeling, very successful.
Especially in the modeling.
The press, I can't say treated her unfairly. You know why? Because she's very popular. You would think if the press was unfair, like to me, the press was obviously unfair to me. The press, no president has ever gotten treated by the press like I was. And yet I got more votes than any Republican candidate in history. By far, it's not even close. So you say, what's that all about? The press has to straighten itself out because honestly, it's lost all credibility. When that can happen, based on the press, I should have gotten no votes.
No votes.
None. And yet I got the highest number ever.
Ever, even though it wasn't the highest number ever. I'm going to claim that for the next 4 years, it was the highest vote count ever. I can't be bothered to look at, I don't know, the 2020 election vote count.
None. and yet I got the highest number ever. And the reason is because I'm able to go on a show, even like yours, even though you're very hostile, I'm able to go on a show like yours. No, you are.
Well, hopefully you thought it was a fair interview. We covered a lot of policy ground.
It's fair only in that you allowed me to say what I say. But, the answers, the questions are, pretty nasty. But look,
the answers to the questions. You're the one answering the questions right now, and I would actually agree with that statement. The answers to the questions are pretty nasty. They are pretty horrifying.
say what I say, but the answers, the questions are, pretty nasty.
Yeah.
But look, because I've seen you interview other people like Biden. And
I've never interviewed President Biden.
When I say you, I'm talking metaphorically.
The royal
I've
you.
seen George Stephanopoulos.
It's the royal you. It's the NBC is who I'm talking about.
When I say you, I'm talking metaphorically. I've seen George Stephanopoulos interview Biden. And he's a tough interview.
Metaphors work.
It's the softest interview. I've seen CNN interview him. They give these soft, what's your favorite ice cream? It's a whole different deal. I don't understand why. You would think the press would like to see strong borders, great education, a powerful military, so we have a country left, and all these different things. And somehow they don't want to see that.
These people don't want America to exist anymore.
It's fair. We spent a lot of time talking about your policy in your second administration. I want to ask you, sir, one final question. What do you want to say to Americans who didn't support you in this campaign?
I'm going to treat you every bit as well as I have treated the greatest MAGA supporters. There's never been anything like MAGA in the history of this country.
It's going to be great.
These people are so dedicated to making America.
We're going to put the communists at the top of government.
Great again. It's very simple. And I'm going to treat them just the same as I treat MAGA. We're going to treat everybody good. We want success for our country. We want safety for our country. Our country's under threat, as you know. We have a tremendous threat militarily because of the power of weapons and weaponry. It's a tremendous threat. Nobody talks about it, but it's a tremendous threat. I want to treat everybody the same. I want to treat them well. And at the end of this 4 years, and I have a big head start because I was there for 4 years fairly recently. A lot of bad things were done during the 4 years that I wasn't there, and mostly in what they've done in terms of our reputation overseas. Our reputation is so bad, so shot. I got to bring it back, and I also have to bring back civilization to our country. Our country is a crime pot. And we have to get rid of crime. We have so many things to do. We have to do the prices. We have to do all of that. But we have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to bring down crime. People have to be able to walk across the street and buy a loaf of bread.
We have to do the crime. We need to do the prices. We need to do the bread. And we need to do the criminals. We need to do the soda. And we need to do the illegals. He's got a huge, long list. It might be a little repetitive, but it's going to get it done.
Without being shot, and that's going to happen. But what I say to them is, I love you, and we're going to all work together, and we're going to bring it together. And you know what's going to bring it together? Success. I saw that just prior to COVID coming in, I had polls that were the highest anyone. McLaughlin and Fabrizio said, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back from the dead and they ran as president and vice president, couldn't beat you, sir. We were doing so well. And I was getting along with the left. Let's call it.
Better than Abe, better than George.
Left would be nice. Okay, we're just going to call it. But I was getting along with people that you would consider liberal or progressive, as they like to say, at levels that I never thought was possible. And you know what it was?
The biggest levels.
Success was bringing the country together. And that's what I want to do.
Great success.
I'll leave it there unless you'd like to say anything more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good. All right. We finally got through it. And now we just have the rest of the stream to do. Should be fine. Not like there's anything happening out there. All right. Now let's talk about somebody who was mentioned during that interview there. Happens to be on this title. That's Kash Patel, the future director of the FBI. I think we'll let Majority Report get us into this topic.
Here is Fox News talking about Kash Patel. Again, Kash Patel was a staffer for Devin Nunes. Remember back in the day, Devin Nunes at one point jumped out of his car in the middle of the night to run to the White House because he had to have a conversation with Donald Trump about something that ended up being secret. Nunes was hiding back on some of the intel. I think he was on the intel committee. He was hiding back on information. Then when he left Congress, I think he resigned early and was hired to run Trump's media venture. Interesting dynamic. Kash Patel was on a secret mission to find dirt on, on the Steele dossier or whatever it was he was trying to do ostensibly in London. We know that, ultimately Rudy Giuliani was also on a tour to look for dirt and this and that. And then Patel was ultimately named the
chief of staff for the acting Secretary of Defense. Trump had fired Mark Esper in the week after the election results came in. So it was basically because Esper wasn't going to go along with going after basically anybody who said that Biden legitimately won the election. Illegal. So Trump appointed Christopher Miller, and then also Kash Patel was promoted to be his chief of staff. So his rise coincides with the election denialism, and that's the kind of person he would be as the head of the FBI.
But here he is being considered refreshing by the folks over at Fox.
Here's another reason why people are scared. Listen to what he says he'll do on day one if he becomes FBI director.
The biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for the next government promotion. Looking for the next.
Pause it. Are they in a bar? Yeah. Wait, go back to that last frame.
This is the Sean Ryan show. So
I see. Okay.
I mean, we've gone over this.
Sean
that
Ryan
the
show.
Conservative media apparatus performs masculinity by always making sure that they're in leather couches, sometimes mahogany backgrounds, and
of course, don't you know my apartment smells of rich mahogany and leather-bound books? It's very impressive.
drinking brown liquor, or else you don't know that they're straight men.
It'll be interesting to see that if he, shuts down the Hoover building. I mean, I'm not necessarily about that, but I have a feeling he's not going to be doing those things. It's going to be interesting to see what the excuse is. Yeah. I suspect what he's going to be doing is instead turning those 7,000 people on citizens or prosecutors or justices, according to him, who he doesn't like that they're not pro-Trump.
Or we might have an even more expansive list. Oh, what's that? Tim Miller at Tim ODC. It was hard for me to find the list of Kash Patel.
Do you know what we're here for?
Included in his book Government Gangsters as the... Well, what was that? Was that a raid? Oh, no comment, chick, with the raid. Thanks for the raid, NCC. Much appreciated. Welcome, NCC viewers. We are going over Kash Patel, the future FBI director's apparent leaked list on X here of essentially the people that he plans to investigate and put in jail upon becoming director. So yeah, these are the deep state officials who need to be targeted. Let's see. Appendix B, members of the executive branch deep state. This list only includes current and former executive branch officials and is not exhaustive, which means there could be more. Almost definitely going to be more. It does not, for example, include other corrupt actors, of the First Order, such as Congressman Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell, members of Fusion GPS, or Perkins Coy, Christopher Steele, Paul Ryan, the entire fake news mafia press corps, etc. Alphabetical by last name. So yeah, as you can see here, he's about to go in on who he's planning to investigate and essentially put in jail. Michael Atkinson, former Intelligence Community Inspector General. Lloyd Austin, current Secretary of Defense under President Biden. We've heard from Mr. Austin on number. I wonder what his crimes are. Brian Auten, Supervisory Intelligence Analyst at the FBI. James Baker, former General Counsel for the FBI, currently at the Brookings Institute. Bill Barr, the former Attorney General under President. So even Donald Trump's former officials who didn't do their jobs good enough, according to Kash, are making this list of his. Wow. John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor under President Trump, who has been slightly, what's the word? Negative on Donald Trump ever since leaving the administration. He said some things Donald Trump and his friends don't like. Stephen Boyd, former head of legislative affairs at the DOJ. He's going to get an investigation. Of course, Joe Biden is going to be getting a big investigation. Of course, he's on the list. John Brennan, former director of the CIA under Obama. It's going back to the Obama administration. Got to do that. John Carlin, acting deputy attorney general, former head of the National Security Division of the DOJ during the Russiagate investigation. Oh, if you had anything to do with the Russiagate investigations, anything like that, you are fucked. Okay? Cash is coming for you. He was a big proponent of the sort of Russia hoax stuff. Him and Trey Gowdy were big pals on that one. Eric Ciara, I forget how you say his name. Ciaramella and John Carlin, staffer, Obama staffer and acting deputy attorney general. We got more though. This is just A through C. First part of C actually. Pat Cipollone, former White House counsel under Trump. He is getting the axe because he said some nasty things about Trump recently. James Clapper, former director of national intelligence under Obama. He's getting it. He was also an analyst on CNN. So I don't know if he's getting it for his analysis on CNN or if he's getting it for his work under President Obama. It's unsure. Maybe both. Hillary Clinton, former Democrat Party nominee. Of course, we know who Hillary Clinton is. She is the head of the deep state and is, of course, going to be investigated to the furthest extent of the law. James Comey, former FBI director. Of course, James Comey is going to get... Because what did he do? He chose not to release documents during the election, I think, or investigate. I can't remember exactly how that worked. But he didn't do enough. Elizabeth Dipple. No idea who that is, but the former deputy chief of mission at the U.S. Embassy in London. What did she do? I genuinely don't know. My guess is she probably has something to do with the Labor Party coming over and trying to help Joe Biden during the election, which is completely legal. Mark Esper, former defense secretary under President Trump. I don't know what he even did to offend Kash Patel. I actually feel like I need to look this one up. What the fuck did Mark Esper do to Donald Trump? What the fuck did Mark Esper do to Donald Trump? Anybody? Does anybody understand why he would be on this list? Because I know who he is. I just don't recall him doing anything that would lead to him making Kash Patel's list. But hey, I mean, I guess people better watch out in government. This list is coming. Elizabeth Dibble, former deputy... Oh, I already said that one. Mark Esper. Alyssa Farah, former director of strategic communications under President Trump. What did she do? What did Alyssa Farah do? What did all these people from the former Trump administration do in Kash Patel's eyes? I guess they all didn't line up enough behind all of the conspiracy theories like the election and the Russiagate stuff or whatever. They're all making the list. Evelyn Farkas, former DOD official under President Obama. Well, that makes more sense. She worked under President Obama. Sarah Eisger Flores, former head of communications at DOJ for Sessions under President Trump. Once again. But of course, AG Sessions didn't go far enough. I forget on what it was he didn't go far enough, but did lose him the job. If I recall correctly, Merrick Garland, Attorney General under President Biden. He is definitely getting it. Oh my God, is he getting it? He's been at the head of the deep state investigations into Donald Trump. Unacceptable. Stephanie Grisham, former press secretary for President Trump and chief of staff for Melania Trump. What did poor Stephanie do? I don't even know what Stephanie. I mean, poor Stephanie seems unfair, honestly, because she's a horrific human being. But I'm assuming that he doesn't have the same objections to Stephanie that I do. It's fascinating how many former Trump officials and sort of appointees or whatever are making their way onto this goddamn list. It's shocking. Now, of course, Kamala Harris, vice president to Joe Biden, is going to be on this list. Of course, she is vice president to the deep state apparatus and will have to be taken down by Kash Patel, the wizard, the great wizard. Some might even say the grand wizard. Although I'm sure they wouldn't let him in. Let's see here. Gina Haspel, of course, former director of the CIA under Trump, didn't do a good enough job of keeping the CIA from investigating Trump for his crimes. Damn you, Gina. Why? Fiona Hill, former NSC staffer who worked with Alexander Vindman and Sierra Morella. Now, Curtis Hyde is just a FBI agent. I don't know what he did, but he gets a special. You'll notice some of these people, like you'll notice, there's like under. Like, do you notice how the what do you call them? I don't know if this is intentional, but some of these people are getting indented bullet points. Some people aren't. I don't know what the significance of that, if any. But apparently Curtis Hyde might be important depending on what we glean from those bullet points. Eric Holder, of course, former Attorney General under President Obama, and is now... Wait, isn't Eric Holder now the... isn't he like an ambassador somewhere now? Okay. Let's go here. Robert Hur, special counsel to investigate Biden and former PDAG under Rod Rosenstein. Oh, he's a Rod Rosensteiner. Oh, God. Robert Hur will be getting investigated for sure. Cassidy Hutchinson, aide to Mark Meadows. Wait, wasn't Mark Meadows in the Trump administration? Wait. Mark Meadows was the frickin' yeah. Wait, he was the chief of staff. Why is his chief of staff getting it on the list? Okay, I'm going to stop asking that question at some point, I'm sure. Nina Jankowicz, former executive director of the Disinformation Governance Board of the Biden administration. Oh, she's deep state. Lois Lerner, former director of the IRS under President Obama. Oh, boy. Watch out. They're coming for you, Lois. Loretta Lynch, former attorney general under President Obama. Seems like a lot of Obama officials getting under here, almost as many as Trump officials, but it is weird that there's some kind of equity there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Charles Cooperman, former deputy national security advisor under President Trump. Looks like he is going to be also getting it. Just so many Trump officials. It's shocking how many Trump officials made this list. Kenneth McKenzie, but of course they weren't loyal enough. That's of course the problem. You know, in a way, if you're a Trump official, a Trump appointee, and you weren't loyal, it's almost like you're worse than Democrats because, you know, Kash Patel, Donald Trump, they know Democrats are Democrats, but insidious, fake Trump appoint. How could they? All right, Andrew McCabe, of course, going to be in there, former deputy director of the FBI under Trump. Makes sense. Ryan McCarthy, a former secretary of the Army under President Trump. All these people just not loyal enough. Mary McCord, former acting assistant attorney general for national security at the DOJ, and currently the executive director for the Georgetown Law Institute. My God. Dennis McDonough, former chief of staff for President Obama. Well, that's enough said. Mark Milley, of course, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Horrifying. I'm pretty sure it was under President Trump who Mark Milley, right? Wasn't Mark Milley a Trump appointee? Wait, no. Hold on. Let me look. Is Joint Chiefs of Staff, is that appointed? Might not be. Mark Milley, not appointed, not good enough, not loyal enough. Let's see here. Who else? My God, this list is so long. I cannot believe it spans this much. Thankfully, they did it on computer, not on paper. Would have killed a tree. All right. Lisa Monaco, Deputy Attorney General. I think under Merrick Garland. Clearly deep state official. Sally Moyer, former supervisory attorney at the FBI and also currently legal counsel at Cloudflare. I don't know if that's relevant information. Robert Mueller, of course. He's basically the bullet point system must be a fluke, because there's no way Robert Mueller doesn't deserve his own bullet point, big bullet point, because he's, oh my God, epitome of what Donald Trump and his cronies hate. Bruce Orr, former associate deputy attorney general, former CIA employee. Nellie Orr, I guess they're married, I would assume. Lisa Page, Pat Philbin, John Podesta, Samantha Power, Bill Priestap, Susan Rice, Rod Rosenstein. Of course, you gotta get Rod Rosenstein. You got his deputy in there. You gotta get him in there. Peter Strzok, of course. Haven't heard that name in so long. Peter Strzok. He texted some bad things. He needs to go away. Jake Sullivan, of course. My God, going so far back. Michael Sussman, Miles Taylor, Timothy Thibault, of course. Andrew Weissman can't get away from the Grand Wizard. Alexander Vindman, Christopher Wray, and Sally Yates. My God, this list is incredibly extensive. I gave up on going through the whole thing halfway through there, as you can see by position. It's just too much. It's too much. But holy fuck, is that long. So yeah, and remember, what was it again? I gotta go back. What did he say in the beginning, in the foreword? Yes, this list only includes current and former executive branches officials and is not exhaustive, meaning there could be a whole slew of people not listed there, like Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, etc. Holy shit. Joe Biden better get on that pardon button, because these people are all fucked. Donald Trump, as much as he just said it on that interview. Oh my God. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the majority report to finish this out.
And I suspect that he's going to be
what a list.
Pointing them towards people who might be protesting against Trump. Maybe it's pro-Palestinian protesters. Who knows? And I suspect that we're going to hear from some of those 7,000 people who go like, there's some really effed up stuff happening. But let's hear what he continues to say.
Rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for their next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title, looking for their parachute out of government. So
they're just ladder climbing. They're not there to actually enforce the law. Oh, geez, I didn't even see no comment chick responding in my chat. I had a celebrity talking to me in my chat. Good to see you, NCC. Hope your stream was good. Hope it was less disturbing than what we're doing.
Bringing in the right people, you also have to shrink government.
That's Kash Patel on the Sean Ryan show. That is, in my opinion, very refreshing to hear. That is very dangerous for others to hear, and they have responded like that, calling him, in fact, unqualified and dangerous. But to me, he also represents consistency. If you see the people that Donald Trump has appointed to his cabinet, the common thread, from Pete Hegseth to RFK, from Tulsi Gabbard to Brendan Carr at the FCC.
Pause it for 1 second. I got to say, like it sounded like he was gonna say it's all some type of sexual assault thing, but he right? So fair. Let's go again.
From Pete,
there's a vibe. There's certainly a vibe.
But he widened the scope. All right, so fair. Let's go again.
From Pete Hegseth to RFK, from Tulsi Gabbard to Brendan Carr at the FCC, to Kash Patel, to Dr. Jay Bhattacharya at the NIH, is that they all represent what would have been black sheep over the last 4 years, people marginalized and called conspiracy theorists. Freaks. But today what they represent is true disruptors.
True disruptors. That guy, Sean Ryan, was that the show he was on? Yeah. Apparently, someone just said to...
These people are going to disrupt the functioning of the U.S. government.
Google him. Apparently, he was a former SEAL who became a drug runner until he found God.
Sounds like a black sheep.
We played a little bit of him because he interviewed Tulsi Gabbard and was doing a whole hype video about her in particular. So that's the kind of media that he participates in.
I mean, first off, these disruptors, like, how were things disrupted last time that Donald Trump was president? And is it like it remains to be seen how, how these disruptions are going on. And if you can just disrupt the functioning of government for 330 million people and it all just work out. But this is the sentiment. I think that there's a lot of people, because they don't, this is the sentiment I think that people are interested in. It's like, you come out of COVID, you help people out, a lot of millions of Americans. You tell people that you help them with their children. You reduce child poverty by almost 50%. You give extended health insurance. You pay for their COBRA. Inefficient, but in terms of the receipts, in terms of the receiver, it's a good thing. You do all these good things, and you say that you're going to cut your debt from college, which is going to impact, like in terms of the adult population, I don't know, a fifth, more, a quarter of the adult population in this country. And then all the support goes away. The debt relief never materializes. And you've got this mixed message of Republicans are really bad, except for, we're going to let them, basically prevent you from getting what we say that you should get. It's incoherent. It's a mess. And the idea to create this sense of nihilism where it's like, let's just roll the dice and see what happens. Shake things up. Disruptors.
That's Trump's greatest accomplishment, I think, is creating a political environment in which basically nothing matters. It benefits folks like this. And
he's eating food left on the table by Democrats. At any point in history that it's the Republican Party that needs to get into the FBI and say, hey, there's some bad stuff going on here. I mean, it's not just the 60s and 70s. Literally, like the main activity of the FBI, like look at what's going on in Minneapolis FBI office. A guy just going to mosque after mosque, surveilling everybody. And the Democrats spent the last 8 years being like, actually, they're going to save us.
Has never been a single Democrat who has head the FBI. So it's like, if you ignore this problem.
Seriously. It can't be coincidence. Alright, we got more to talk about than Kash Patel. Got a few important stories before we wrap up. Actually, two. Let's talk about mailmen real quick, as they seem to be getting fucked.
Hey, it's Badmouth Morris from branch 226 at a Glencrest, Fort Worth. I'm new to the post office, but I ain't new to unions. I mean, we're all getting fucked in this contract.
You're thinking, good God, man, where's this contract? And then when it came out and see how little we got, it lit a fuse.
I drive a fucking 20-year-old car. This got 270,000 miles on it. I gotta park on a hill in order for it to start, just so I can get to work to not make enough to cover rent.
Help, help, I'm
Fuck
being
this shit.
repressed.
There's an uprising happening across the country, across all 50 states, DC, and even the US territories that the national media isn't talking about. The National Association of Letter Carriers represents over 225,000 mail delivery workers in cities and suburbs. And for the first time in 50 plus years, its members are revolting. Stoking the anger is the failure of top secret contract negotiations between the union's president, Brian Renfro, and USPS Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, that left workers without a contract for more than 500 days.
During this period of time, he continues to tell the carriers it's taken this long because it's going to be historic. Just hang on, it's historic. That's been going on for 7-8 months. You know, it's coming out soon, and that was kind of the running joke.
People got kids going off to college, or now they're trying to buy a house, or they got a kid on the way.
My bills just kept adding up because interest rates keep going up. The amount of compensation monetarily that I'm getting from the post office just isn't enough. So I was doing my best to wait this contract out because it was going to be great.
You're thinking, man, if we can get up to 2.5%, 3%, 4% per year for 3 years, pretty good little contract.
I installed a shower here. Well, what happened was that one of my letter carriers, he was going through a bad situation, financial situation.
Jesus Christ.
He became homeless. And he came here, he said, I don't have a place to stay, I can't shower, this and that. The membership approved it, so I built a shower, just for they could at least.
It's fucking insane. The homeless people the people can be working at the post office and also be homeless. I think that says it all right there. Good God, those people out there working very hard, and they deserve to be paid better than that, unquestionably. All right, let's I gotta wrap up the second half here soon, don't we? How are we doing? Yeah, we gotta wrap it up soon. I guess we could do these stories, but yeah, we gotta actually. I might have to combine. I'm gonna have to combine. Yeah, we gotta be. I'm moving so slow right now. Holy shit! I just realized where we're at and like where I'm at in my list. Holy fuck! All right. Wow, I screwed myself. However, will I get all of these things done? Might have to skip a couple things here. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. We got a million stories to cover as usual. All right, let's get into the environmental stuff. And it is Sunday Fun Day, so I've put this story in here particularly for that reason, because it's fun and enjoyable. Go web go. There we go.
There are a lot of species in San Diego, America's wildest city. Ground squirrels, the hummingbirds. If you want to see grebes, you can't miss them at Lake Hodges. If you want to see whales, the migration is visible from the coast. I remember as a kid watching natural history films and thinking, nature is incredible. It's so beautiful, and it's also somewhere else. Especially for folks who are local to San Diego, like nature is beautiful and it's also here.
When I first moved to San Diego, it was everything I imagined it to be. It was beautiful, the weather was perfect, the beaches were incredible. I fell in love with this place. As I got to know it a little bit, one of the things that I wasn't prepared for and that absolutely blew me away was that everywhere I looked, there was wildlife. I think one of the most surprising things about San Diego is that it is the most biodiverse place in all of America. There's no place in the United States that you can go and find more species of plants and animals than right here in San Diego County. And the reason why that's the case is because there's so many different kinds of habitats packed into a really small area.
As you move across,
I found that statistic to be fascinating. I had no idea that San Diego was the most biodiverse area in the United States. But it's a super cool statistic in my mind, and certainly brings San Diego up in list of coolest cities slightly for me.
San Diego County.
But the other reason why I watched, aside from the fun and the beautiful videos of wildlife, was that the way that they decided to go about this is I found fascinating. Because rather than focusing on pristine shots, much of what they did was sort of trying to find a way to show the wildlife sort of juxtaposed to the actual city of San Diego and how humans have affected it and how they're adapting and things like that.
As you move across San Diego County, you find all these different ecosystems, starting from the Pacific Ocean, the beaches, coastal scrub, canyons and oak woodlands and chaparral, and then all the way up to mountains that are more than 6,000 feet tall. And then this huge desert in the east.
53 likes? That's insane. That's an insane number of likes. We're way behind. I'll fix that. Please hold. Look at this shot of the hummingbird right here. That is insane. It makes the flower look huge.
And then this huge desert in the east. The fact that there are still today more species here in San Diego County than anywhere else in the continental US is, I think, even more impressive when you look at just how we've reshaped the landscape.
About a century ago, this whole place looked very different. In a very short period of time, humans put highways through all the canyons, we dammed up all of San Diego's rivers, and we utterly blanketed the entire landscape with houses, with schools, with golf courses. It's hard to look anywhere and see a big patch of natural habitat. But I think if you start looking really closely, you'll see wildlife absolutely everywhere.
I love shows like Planet Earth, but I think in a lot of ways they show a version of nature that's unrealistic. Most people will never see these truly wild, uninhabited landscapes, if they even exist anymore. And so our goal with this film was to take a more pragmatic approach and tell a real story about wild animals figuring it out in our world.
There are a lot of species featured in San Diego, America's wildest city. These are animals that you can see every day if you want to. If you want to see ground squirrels, you can go to the park. If you want to see hummingbirds, Anna's hummingbird, Costa's hummingbird, Alan's hummingbird, you can also go to the park. If you want to see grebes, you can't miss them at Lake Hodges. If you want to see whales, the migration is visible from the coast. We
wanted to highlight how accessible San Diego's nature is.
Whoa.
I think finding wildlife in San Diego is
that
actually...
that orca is like right there, dude. Holy shit. Like a few hundred yards from the coast.
I think finding wildlife in San Diego is actually the easy part. Capturing everything on film is a totally different story. It actually took us almost 2 years to capture all the sequences in this film. I think we used about a dozen different cameras, including several different drones. We used a brand new high-speed camera called the FreeFly Ember to shoot super slow motion. And we also created some pretty complicated camera support and motion control rigs to capture behavior in what I think are some pretty unique ways.
A lot of people think that San Diego doesn't have seasons, that things are just the same all year round. That's totally not the case. We have some amazing seasonal events that happen here. Our film also has a lot of these events that sort of happen at nighttime or happen during the daytime, so we're constantly transitioning across seasons and from day to night and from night to day. And we wanted to figure out a unique way to do that.
I just love that. Look at the way that it feels surreal. It feels like it's like the best CGI ever, but it's not CGI. It's so cool.
And during the daytime, so we're constantly transitioning across seasons and from day to night and from night to day.
And all they had to do was program a path into the drone and fly it the exact same way twice. It sounds easy, but actually doing it is quite difficult, and it's fucking awesome.
And we wanted to figure out a unique way to do that. DJI just came out with this new technology. It's an RTK unit that connects with our drones and allows us to fly high precision flights multiple times a day or across many different seasons. And I think it allowed us to create some really unique transitions from day to night, from night to day, and then across seasons, showing, for example, flowers blooming in the desert, it being super barren, and then all of a sudden flowers erupting in the desert. Or going to a place like Lake Hodges and showing how, when they decided to drain out water, the reservoir goes from being very full to the water completely disappearing.
You can't make a film like this without a lot of advice. To make sure that the Grebe sequences really sang, we worked with a local expert named Brian.
Okay, well, if you want to watch more of that, you're going to have to go find it yourself. It's on a little channel called Terra Mater. If you're not familiar with it, I've been subscribed for a while. They have some pretty great documentaries. They don't put out a ton of content, but when they do, it's really good. Let's go on and talk about the snowstorms that have been smashing the Midwest, the Northeast, and are apparently not done, as there is a large storm system. Oh, I forgot. Canada also got hit by this weather as well, but large storm system sort of sitting over Canada, making its way across
But we begin tonight with the dangerous
America.
driving across several states, at least 5 dead, and a new clipper system bringing more snow and potentially damaging winds. Alerts now from the Dakotas all the way to Michigan and across the Northeast tonight, and these are the new images coming in. This is Interstate 90 in Erie County, Pennsylvania. Tractor trailers jackknifing, sliding off the road, traffic backed up for miles. The frightening incident from the city of Erie, a train barreling toward a tractor trailer stuck on the tracks, unable to stop. Fortunately, the driver of the truck was able to get out. In Barnes Corners in New York, more than 65 inches of snow, and tonight more is now on the way. And that new clipper system that will bring snow with gusting winds to New York City and Philadelphia as well. Ginger has the forecast, and Trevor Ault leading us off. He's in Adams Center, New York tonight.
Tonight, the death toll on the roads rising as whiteout conditions relentlessly hammer the Midwest and Northeast. On I-90 westbound near Erie, Pennsylvania, a snow squall causing pandemonium, vehicles everywhere.
You got multiple tractor trailers involved, passenger cars, a lot of vehicles, semis into the median.
Traffic backed up for miles. Erie was hit hard with nearly 4 feet of snow. Terrifying moments there Monday when this tractor trailer Her trailer got stuck in the snow on train tracks.
Ain't gonna be able to stop.
No. No.
Oh my God.
No, he's not gonna
Bystanders could only watch as a freight train smashed right into it.
You could see, though, that the train was doing a hell of a lot to try and slow it down. If it had been going full speed, that truck would have exploded, rather than just sort of getting shifted, rather violently, but shifted nonetheless. It would have literally exploded on impact. Alright, we got more. Today show from 2 days ago. New round of winter weather as Arctic blast intensifies across the U.S.
This morning, folks in Erie, Pennsylvania are dealing with a fresh blast of blizzard-like weather, adding to the 5 feet of snow that has fallen in the last week. Whiteout conditions and gusty winds across the Great Lakes, stopping people literally in their tracks. While at Lake Erie, waves as high as 15 feet, slamming against the base of Bicentennial Tower. Overnight, up to a foot of fresh lake-effect snow is expected to fall across New York State and parts of New England. Officials urging caution after at least 2 died while clearing snow in New York. Even more widespread, the threat of intense wind gusts and frigid cold. With some 35 million Americans under high wind alerts overnight, and temperatures along the East Coast plunging as much as 20 degrees below normal, even triggering freeze warnings in Florida and Georgia. The winds so strong, it caused this truck to fold in half.
It's kind of been a crazy week or so.
The onslaught of winter weather so intense, even some first responders needed help. A volunteer firehouse converted into an emergency warming center had to be evacuated as the roof buckled under the weight of the snow.
It's a firehouse collapse.
That's when you know it's bad. It's when the people helping need help.
And we're out a whole bunch of resources.
Neighbors responded with shovels.
How does it make you feel to see the community show up?
It makes me feel great. I mean, my phone has blown up for the last 2 or 3 hours of people that want to come out and help.
In Asheville, North Carolina, where many are still displaced by the destructive hurricane that hit 2 months ago, temperatures dropping to 13 degrees today, with wind chills near 0.
Areas around the Great Lakes could get over a foot of new snow through tonight, but there is some good news going into the weekends. Temps are expected to warm a bit up by Monday with rain in the forecast for next week. Hoda.
All right, Aaron, you stay warm.
Thanks, Hoda. All right, let's go now to talk about how climate change could be making snowfall worse in the U.S.
Well, winter officially arrived on December 1st, and with it came a lot of snow, over 60 inches for parts of the Great Lakes. And experts predict that climate change could actually be making snow worse for some areas. Here to explain is national climate correspondent Dave Malkoff. So, Dave, you know, some people say that the very fact that we have snow shows that climate change is a hoax. Explain for us how climate change actually might make snowfall worse for some places and how that's actually congruous.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to understand how lake effect snow actually happens. You have to have this cold air that blows over an open lake that is not completely frozen over. It has to be blowing over liquid water, and some of that water has to evaporate, Lana, into the air that's aloft, and then it actually...
Liquid water, of course, as we in the news business call water, usually.
Over liquid water, and some of that water has to evaporate, Lana, into the air that's aloft, and then it actually can create that snow factory and dump it in places like Buffalo. So we are seeing now lakes remaining ice-free much longer because it is very warm. Parts of Lake Erie...
Ice, otherwise known as frozen water. Let's be specific.
Much longer because it is very warm. parts of Lake Erie were 60 degrees in mid-November, and that just doesn't happen. A warmer atmosphere can hold more water. That's just in the same way that a warm cup of tea. Oh, yeah. So I was trying to explain how, we say this all the time, how a warmer atmosphere can hold more water, but I'm trying to figure out how that works. So it's the same way that a warm cup of tea can actually hold more sugar than a cup of iced tea. It's much easier to dissolve sugar in a warm cup of water than it is in a cold cup of water, and that kind.
And that is not the exact, that is not quite the same effect happening, but it's something I think maybe people can understand, I suppose. But I don't think that's a good analogy, in my opinion. I mean, just think about it. Evaporation doesn't happen to ice, really, but it does to water. Full stop. I think most people can understand that. If you're too dumb to understand that, well then we need to have a completely different talk. Alright, let's go on north to see what's been going on in Canada, specifically Ontario, Canada. As you can see, they have been getting pummeled by snow
Heavy
here.
snowfall in London, Ontario, is creating major problems for the city. Snow squalls from Georgian Bay and Lake Huron have thrown more than 50 centimeters of snow in some places. The westbound lanes of Highway 401 east of London were snarled for 7 hours on Thursday after a crash involving several vehicles amid heavy snowfall, Ontario Provincial Police say. Police on Friday issued new details about the collision, which they had previously called the most serious of all the ones that occurred in the London area during a blast of wintry weather that lasted throughout the day Thursday and into early Friday. Police say it was about 1 p.m. on Thursday when emergency crews responded to the multi-vehicle crash at Putnam Road and Pigram Line in Thames Centre, near Dorchester. The aftermath blocked all 3 lanes and tied up the 401's westbound traffic for 7 hours, police said.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Canada's getting smashed by snow over here. Part of the same system hitting the US. Now, supposedly, it will be getting warmer today, I guess. So hopefully that'll provide some amount of respite to those being buried underneath that fluffy white snow. Alright. Does look pretty. You're right. Alright, let's go to Cape Cod in Massachusetts. See how things are over there as the water gets colder. Is causing an influx of a particular aquatic animal. Oh, poor turtles. I can just imagine them being... They're just so cold they can't swim and they float to the top. And then they just get blown into the goddamn... to the beach like a log.
It's find
it's
the
horrible.
turtles and get brought up for care.
Because these guys are, you know, cold-blooded. They don't make their own body heat, right? They can't regulate it. So, you know, they're completely at will of the temperature of the water. And because of the drastic reduction in temperature that happens around winter, especially now with human-induced climate change, is even more drastic. And just sort of takes them by surprise. Now, even without climate change, this does happen. Point is, though, that somewhat exacerbated by it due to the sort of unseasonably warm waters that usually are the trigger for turtles to know when to migrate, as they usually migrate down south around this time. They're trying to, but they just don't make it. They get trapped and they get cold. They can't move because their hearts don't, you know, they can't make themselves warmer. And so they become like little reptile bricks that can't do anything. It's horrible. It's just tragic. It makes me so sad. I just started thinking about what it would be like to be a turtle on a beach, alive but unable to move, just looking around like, hey, is there anybody around here? Any humans perhaps wanna give me a quick boost? Like it would suck. It would suck. All right. All right. Now let's talk about something which oh my god, what time is it? I was about to say let's talk about this, just realized, fucking hell, I don't even have time. Don't even have time for it. Let's go to this one. Let's talk about why governments seemingly won't act on climate change. And most importantly, of governments, for whatever, well, not whatever reason, because we produce the most, why doesn't the US do anything about it?
Hey gang, this episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and to snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel.
Cool.
Okay, I've got some documents I want to show you. This is the 1936 Flood Control Act. This is a Reagan executive order. This is a Clinton one. All of this is pretty much the backbone of the last 90 years of climate change in action. And it's not much to look at, I'll admit. But these few documents are a big reason our government hasn't done much to limit climate change. But I should back up for a second and start with a question. How much...
You love you some... who doesn't love them? If you're watching this channel, you probably love yourself some Second Thought. I do too. And I feel like we try to watch Second Thought videos on Sunday Funday. Most. At least I try to. When I say we, it's really the royal we, isn't it? Clicky click. There we go.
Is the future worth to you?
Today, Milton became the strongest storm anywhere on the planet.
North Carolina is cleaning up from the worst flooding ever on record for the state.
This is an unprecedented storm.
Earlier this year, the US got hit with two back-to-back hurricanes, Helene in North Carolina and Milton in Florida. Hundreds of people have died, entire towns have been flattened, and frankly, a lot of the footage is too horrifying to show here. Because of climate change and the fact that that means things like warmer oceans, we know that these sorts of deadly hurricanes are only going to get more intense every year. And we're going to get more wildfires, more heat waves, more floods, and more droughts. And unfortunately, this is the context in which Democrats have stopped talking about climate change almost entirely. Government-sanctioned oil and gas production levels keep hitting new highs, and according to a new study published in Science, about 96% of climate change policies are practically useless at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I feel like we all know why. We know that fossil fuel companies lied for decades and are out there lobbying around the clock to slow down progress on climate change policy. But I want to talk about a more invisible problem keeping us in this death spiral. Something so routine, it's not going to be a flashy government corruption case or an oil company reporting yet another year of record profits. I want to talk about a formula built into the boring, everyday operations of everyone from governments to private businesses that, for nearly a century now, has quietly justified millions of people's deaths because their lives were calculated to be practically worthless.
Yes, let's talk about that. I can't watch this whole video though, so let me set us up to talk more about this. Let's see. Oh, does he go straight into this part of it? We don't need to start there though. I think most people know just how bad this stuff is. There we go, that's probably good.
In this instance, someone apparently forgot to follow the normal procedure.
Class action lawsuits start raining down on asbestos companies, and the EPA starts to actively ban its use in things like insulation. And this raises an important regulatory question. Should this highly toxic substance that we know is behind hundreds of thousands of deaths, that is in the walls of homes, schools, and offices, be completely banned and regulated away? A question.
Now, what he's talking about is asbestos. If you didn't hear him say it, because I sped over the part where they talk about how dangerous asbestos is, because I assume everybody and their mother knows at this point.
That is a pretty routine thing for regulators to figure out. And since around the 1930s, but especially since Reagan, the correct way to answer these questions was to use what are called cost-benefit analyses. And the Reagan admin's cost-benefit analysis for asbestos found mathematical proof that it was better not to ban asbestos right away. So they didn't, and thousands more people died a preventable death. But the way they got to that conclusion is insane. Some guy working for Reagan calculated that a human life was worth about $1 million to save from the dangers of asbestos.
Oh, how nice.
However, because an asbestos-caused cancer takes around 30 or 40 years to show up, this advisor, Robert P. Bedell, calculated the value of saving that human life there and then as only being worth around $22,000.
Oh, wow.
And when you plug that number into the EPA's cost-benefit calculations, instead of $1 million per human life, you find out that the cost...
That is disgusting. Anybody here think that they're worth $20,000, or their children worth $20,000, or their friends, or their loved ones, or literally anyone's life as being worth $20,000? That is outrageous. That is disgusting.
Of banning asbestos today far outweigh the potential benefits, which, because it takes so long to mature, take place way in the future. Again, the benefit in question was stopping a horrific death by cancer. So for years and years, the government just didn't do much. Asbestos was excruciatingly slowly banned, and millions of people kept getting sick. You'd think we'd have learned our lesson by now, but that's no different than how the government is treating climate change today. Like the asbestos people, the fossil fuel industry knew for years that they were killing us. They kept it hidden, we found out, and now that we know with certainty how screwed we could be if we do nothing or even just not enough, the government is dragging its feet and running calculations that justify not doing much because, it's not worth it. And if you can stomach like 30 seconds of math real quick, I can explain how this actually works in practice. I just do have to get this boring part out of the way. So the way the Reagan admin calculated the value of a human life down from $1 million to just $22,000 was using what's called a discounting function. Looks something like this. You have your benefits and your costs at the top, and what we care about is that letter R at the bottom. That is the discount rate, R for rate. And the bigger that number is, the less your life...
Yeah, right. Absolutely. But let's actually break this down slightly more. Because, I mean, the function, this function here...
Fits and your cost at the...
It's essentially saying the mean of I here and T here, right? Mean being the adding up of and the... what do you call it? Dividing by the number of variables would get you that. Essentially, putting people into this weird, creepy bell curve type thing here based upon T, which is time.
And what we care about is that letter R at the bottom. That is the discount rate, R for rate. And the bigger that number is, the less your life is worth in the future. For example, with a 1.4% discount rate, after 36.5 years, future people are worth just 3/5 of a person's worth today.
Aww.
With a 3% rate...
Wait, so you're saying future people are slaves? 3/5 of a person in the future. Is that what we're saying here? Come on. Are we correcting my math? I'm sorry.
A future person just 17 years from now is worth 3/5 of a person today. Or to put it a different way, if something is worth $100 in 100 years, not accounting for inflation or anything, it's only worth about 80 cents today if you use a 5% discount rate. You get it. The higher the number, the less you're worth after a fixed amount of time, or less time it takes for you to become basically worthless to a regulator today.
And now they've taken those calculations on asbestos and decided to apply them in other places, like the EPA as it relates to climate change and things is just this insane.
Those numbers, by the way, are from a legal case filed last year by children suing the EPA.
Boo.
The group claims the EPA is discriminating against American children by intentionally allowing the release of dangerous levels of greenhouse gases, which experts say is a major contributor to climate change.
The EPA, as you probably know, has the responsibility to look at the impact of regulations and calculate the potential costs and benefits, specifically for environmental stuff, before they're enforced. Most of the time, it uses a discount rate of between 3 and 7%, meaning that a lot of projects that are absolutely necessary for curbing the worst effects of climate change are considered not worth the cost because the value assigned to the benefits, i.e. millions of people not...
So if you're in, I don't know, North Carolina or one of these other places, you know, you weren't worth the costs for the government ahead of time to deal with the current stuff that you're dealing with now.
From climate change has been discounted. Those deaths are in the future. The benefits of saving those lives are in the future. And therefore...
Yeah, I wonder what the downstream effect of getting rid of the Chevron doctrine will be on stuff like this. Thanks to Donald Trump, maybe we won't ever even have to worry about the EPA. We don't need experts to tell us about climate change. We can just pretend like it doesn't exist.
Because the costs to
and
act
drill, baby, drill.
Are immediate, it's often not worth it to do anything ambitious. In other words, these kids sued the EPA because their adult lives are routinely calculated to be worth less than those of an adult living today.
Illegal.
It's a very gross thing to say.
Seriously.
Much less to make the default way the government judges whether something...
It's like your future is worth less than my happiness right now, is basically what it's saying. Okay, move along. We gotta keep this moving. We are almost done with environmental stuff. Let's go look at what's been going on with Storm Darra in the UK. They've been getting smacked by this storm. High winds sweeping across basically mostly Wales and Ireland, I believe, getting hit most by it.
Storm Darra has landed. Unlike this plane, forced to abort, nationwide this storm has diverted planes and trains, thrown boats of course, and ripped up pavements, causing flying debris and falling trees at great cost. Today, the first death of Darra was declared in Lancaster. A man was killed as a tree fell onto his van as it drove down the dual carriageway. This is the danger of these fatal forces that have left 400,000 homes without power in Ireland and almost 90,000 across England, Scotland and Wales. The storm grew in the early hours of the morning, with Wales most at risk and subject to a red warning. Here the government deployed emergency alerts to every mobile device for the first time. These messages warned recipients to stay at home to avoid these winds. But here in Porthcawl, we found those who wanted to face nature firsthand.
Bring the baby, show the waves.
Show the waves?
Yeah.
Alright, let's look at some more of the aftermath of this storm. The sun? Thousands are without power and the Merseyside something or other. Brits have been urged to stay at home in a rare red warning, with flights and trains axed. In Liverpool, a fallen tree crushed a car overnight as the storm hit the country. The Met Office emergency alert came into effect at 1 a.m. for people covered by the red wind warning in parts of Wales. It was the largest use of the warning system yet, with the alert urging residents to avoid driving and to stay indoors if you can. Wind gusts of up to 92 miles per hour have been recorded overnight in Campbell Currig in North Wales. Gusts of between 72 and 78 miles per hour were recorded along the coast of Wales and Northern Ireland. Today's Merseyside derby between Liverpool and Everton has been postponed because of the storm, the club said. Not soccer. Thousands of people across Northern Ireland, England, and Wales have been left without power as they brace for the storm's impact. Alright, this was from 18 hours ago, showing some of the, effects of this as well. Yeah. Oh, we already saw this footage, didn't we? Essentially. Alright, good enough. Whoopsies. Alright, pause, thank you. So we have one left. Yes, one environmental story left. Farming project in South Africa helps deaf people build skills and find jobs. Before I left my job, I saw a lot of deaf people at home unemployed. They have challenges of accessibility. Communication is the biggest challenge in the deaf community. Government offices are not accessible for them. Most of them didn't finish school, and some can't afford to travel far for school, and often decide to stay home. I decided to start an agricultural business and give them skills in the farming business. Teach them how to plant and give them work that match their skills. That is why I decided to give them an opportunity. All right. People in South Africa looking to solve multiple things at one time. Okay, break. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still need to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube to finish the monetization there, and those likes always help get us up in the whole algorithm. Get more people watching this damn stream. Well, once you're done doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. All sorts of great ways for you to contribute. YouTube, of course, super chats, super stickers, Twitch, subs, bits, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, my favorite, where there's all sorts of super sweet benefits for you to get your hands on for just the paltry sum of $3 US a month. What's stopping you? Keep the Galactic News Network alive. Don't let Galactic Christmas be stolen. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a little drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. It's time, chat, for the final half of the show. Okay, now there's going to be one very main topic today on the final half, but we'll have a few external topics to discuss as well. But I think everybody can guess what we're going to be talking about. I don't know what the title of the thumbnail, or the thumbnail itself, or just, you know, what's been going on out there in the world, but we're going to be talking about Syria. Big time. But before we do that, let's talk some space stuff. And, you know, I figured we would start off with a little bit of a unorthodox space story. Let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. How this material could save the planet. And also be put into spaceships? What?
While we think of it as a way to seal up wine bottles, there is no stopping cork. The spongy material can be a replacement for plastics and is used as a building material and even as a component in spacecraft. The world's main cork forests ring the Mediterranean across southern Europe and northern Africa. Portugal has the most cork trees in the world. Remy Inocencio shows us how cork's next job might be to save the world.
Forza, forza, strength. 1, 2, 3. See? Okay.
Off the tip of an axe. This is how that cork stopper from your bottle of wine probably got its start.
Quem gosta faz por gosto.
You only do this if you love it, says Casimiro Mileiros. And he's been loving it for the past 20 years, stripping cork bark off Portugal's national tree like thousands of seasonal harvesters every summer, waking at 4 a.m. each day and working the country's rolling, historic Montado landscape. No tree is ever cut down, which means cork forests are massive natural carbon sinks. Bark can only legally be harvested again after 9 years of regrowth.
Oh shit, it's quiet.
25 years for the first cork to even be harvested, and that is reflected in Portuguese society. There's a popular saying that says, if you care about your grandchildren, basically, if you care about your future, then you plant a cork tree.
You have really the heart and soul of this business so far.
Antonio Rios Amorim is CEO of the world's biggest maker of cork stoppers. Amorim Cork punches out more than 5 billion stoppers each year, exporting to more than 100 countries.
I wonder if anyone has ever called you the king of cork.
I don't think so. I think you're probably the first one. I'm just inheriting a huge legacy from a family that for the last 154 years has been dedicating itself to cork.
Amorim's cork dynasty.
When you talk about inheriting legacies, usually that means big bucks.
Started in 1870 when his great-grandfather, Antonio Alves Amorim, founded a small factory in Portugal's Port wine region. 4 generations later, production has modernized with machine learning speeding up cuts. But humans, this short line of cork stopper punch masters, are still the best, most efficient in the business.
And what's so great is that the cork that's left behind does not go to waste. That's about 70% of it. And
yeah.
That is where the design
What's happening
and
to
the
all this
innovation
extra
come in.
cork?
All that leftover bark is ground into granules or pulverized into even finer powder. Different densities for different future products, then wound into wheels or consolidated into cubes.
Frankly, let's be honest, if you can stop waste and instead make money off of it,
exactly.
Why not?
Exactly.
And that's what you're doing here.
Eduardo Suarez is Amarim's chief of innovation, thinking up ways for the world to replace plastics and other textiles on land with shoes and sporting turf.
It dampens and absorbs the vibration.
At sea with surfboards and ships.
And liftoff.
That guy looked like he was genuinely considering buying that board. He's like, let me test its durability.
Absorbs the vibration.
At sea with surfboards and ships.
And liftoff of space.
And even in space, because it also insulates against temperature.
It absorbs heat from the moment that the launcher goes into space.
And now with Elon Musk's SpaceX and the Mars rover missions.
What?
It burns, but it doesn't burn away.
It doesn't burn away.
It's incredible. Cork in space. Well, there you have it, folks. It's real. I didn't debate you. That was an actual space story. Circuitously through, it's like a triple segue. Because we always use the space to segue, space news to segue between environmental news and Earth news. But this time, somehow I managed to expertly feed them all together. And I think, of course, you're all impressed, I can tell, just by your reaction. So you don't have to say anything. Let's go on to the last space story here. India has been trying to get their space program off the ground. Get it? Off the ground. Anyway, let's see how that's going. With their Proba 3 mission. You don't like this guy? You don't like me? What did I do? Are you talking about the Cork Baron? Is that who you're talking about? I think I can understand that, if that's who you're talking about. Yeah. There we go. Wait. Yeah. There.
पी जो इंग्लिश में इस प्रमोशन मिशन का विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगी। हम भारत के स्पेस पोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया यानी सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र शाह श्रीहरिकोटा के मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष से
Wait, they don't have another word for spaceport? Come on, India.
ऑफ इंडिया यानी सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र शाह श्रीहरिकोटा के मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष से फिर से आप सभी दर्शकों का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं।
Namaskar viewers and a hearty welcome to the live telecast of the launch of PSLV C-59 Proba 3 mission. I am Madhuri giving the commentary in English, and joining with me in the commentary box for commentary in Hindi is Mr. Vikas Swarnkar. The live coverage is being brought to you by Doordarshan from the Mission Control Center at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shar, Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh, the only spaceport of India. The launch is scheduled to take place today, the 5th of December.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we watched live on stream India's first launch. Not literally. I think we together watched it live. I don't think it was live when we watched it. But you get what I'm saying. I think it was early this year.
At 16:04 hours Indian Standard Time from the first launch pad. The PSLV XL version of the workhorse rocket of ISRO is employed for this mission. The intent of the mission is to place Proba 3 spacecraft weighing 545.82 kilograms in an elliptical orbit having apogee of...
One of these guys got like box seats? What's happening here? What is this? A cast system for rocket launch viewing? What's going on?
0.82 kilograms.
Look, they got like some sort of special
orbit having apogee of
fancy seats and
530 kilometers and perigee of 600 kilometers with an inclination of 59 degrees. Up next is the integration video for the mission. Now here we see the flag off of the CBS and the first stage and first segment of the first stage of the PSLV C-59 rocket. It is a solid propellant stage. The nozzle end segment being carefully hoisted and being placed on the mobile launch pedestal at the first launch pad.
Okay, I'm going to speed this up because it's like an hour and a half long. Where does the actual launch happen? gotta watch the actual launch.
3 separates 489.2 seconds into flight, and PS4 ignites 10 seconds thereafter. PS4 is a pressure-fed liquid engine which will operate for 516 seconds for this present flight.
I think I heard him say 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Nice.
किया जाएगा फिर T0 पर 4 बूस्टर प्रज्वलित होगा
-40 seconds -35 seconds -30 seconds
real time programs activated
-25 seconds -20 seconds -15 seconds 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 0
I take it back. India's space program has been around longer. It was Japan's first space launch that we saw earlier this year together. That's what I was thinking of. I'm sorry, Chad. I totally, you know, I misled you. That's wrong.
3, I made a huge tiny mistake. 1, 0.
Normal.
Majestic liftoff of the PSLV C-59 probatory mission from the Satish Dhawan Space Center.
यहाँ PSLV C-59 प्रमोशन यान का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर ने भी इसकी पुष्टि कर दी है यह पूरी तरह सामान्य उत्थापन है और अपने उद्देश्य रक्षा की ओर बढ़ता हुआ PSLV C-59
The core S-139 stage thrusting along with the solid strap-on motors.
Solid strap-on motors? Is that what you call them?
Phrasing. Plus 40 seconds.
प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन जारी है यह लगभग 109 सेकंड्स तक चलेगा इस दौरान
Okay, that's enough space news. I think we got that out of our system. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. All right. On to Earth news. And let's quickly look at this. We talked about this one yesterday, but there has been some news on this since then. I told you I'd keep you up to date. This is regarding the explosion at the Hague in the Netherlands at an apartment building. Yesterday I told you they were looking for survivors. Let's get to that. As you can see, it's quite extensive, the damage, this blast. They are, like they said, they were looking for survivors, but they believe that the chances of finding survivors were slim. However, this is the most recent report from earlier today. Some goodish news, I guess.
A powerful explosion has torn through a residential neighborhood in Hague, Netherlands, leaving one person dead, several others injured, and others feared trapped under the rubble. Rescue operations are underway and authorities are trying to determine the cause of the incident. The emergency authorities say that 4 people have been rescued from the rubble and taken to the hospital.
So that's the kind of good news that I was talking about. They did in fact find people, even though they were skeptical on that.
So hot right now.
And so, you know, thankfully some people survived this horrifying blast. We still have no idea what the cause of it was. The government's asking people to hold off on what's it called? My brain just broke because I just got asked to hydrate. Brain won't work until I hydrate. Thank you, Catnip USA. Uh-oh. Yeah. Delicious. What was I saying? Oh, right. So they're asking people not to speculate, and they are investigating right now the cause of this blast. It's unclear. And it's actually the fact that they're still investigating it leads me to speculate. I won't say what those speculations are, but you get what I'm saying. Usually they would get out to us if it was some sort of a gas leak or something like that, usually. But it could be that. Could be that.
So hot right now.
All right. Now, what are we going to do next, I wonder? Oh, talk about Syria. Because there's really no news in Europe that I have to talk too much about. Well, technically, Ukraine. One story in Ukraine, I think, today. Right? Or did we cover this one yesterday? We might have covered that yesterday, actually. So yeah, really pretty much no news in Europe. So we're going to go straight to Syria. Talk about what the fuck has been going on here. And we've been keeping track of this for at least 5 or 6 days now, I think. But holy fuck, have things moved quickly. Oh, thank you for the follow and a second hydrate. I guess I'll double hydrate myself. Alright, now I'm extra hydrated and prepared to do this stream more than ever. Let's go to CBC to start this off. This is from yesterday, as the rebels were moving towards Damascus.
Right now, rebel forces appear to be sweeping through large swaths of Syria as they close in on the capital. The leader of one of the main armed groups declaring, quote, "The fall of the regime is within sight." This was the scene in the northeastern outskirts of the capital. Celebrations in response to the rebels' claim they are at the, quote, gates of Damascus. Regime officials deny reports that Assad has fled, claiming instead government troops have established a strong cordon around the capital. However, other video shows large groups of army defectors. This is a contingent crossing at a border into neighboring Iraq. There are reports now that as many as 2,000 troops have fled there. CBC's senior international correspondent Margaret Evans brings us the latest developments.
It's actually getting hard to keep up because every time you look on social media or regular television channels that are coming through, we see pictures of these statues representative of the Al-Assad regime being toppled. And what you're getting the sense of now is the
Yeah, and I mean, she's absolutely right about the speed with this thing has been utterly shocking, to say the least. In about 10 days, they've taken half the country. And, when we were talking about this not that long ago, just a few days ago, I was talking about like it was going to be a long drawn out, thing. We had how many external countries and forces involved in it. Like, I thought this was going to take a real long time, but things have been moving so quickly. It feels like it's basically over already.
Damascus, and so President Bashar al-Assad's regime being encircled. We have heard the reports about opposition forces taking Darra, which is a city in the south, the birthplace of the uprising against his regime back in 2011, in control there. The border there is closed. We have Syrian Kurdish forces in the east moving in, and they've taken Deir Zor, which is another Syrian.
Yeah, we're going to keep this moving because this is, like I said, like a day ago, and she mentioned that things are moving at lightning speed. She was not wrong about that.
We begin with breaking news tonight out of Syria, where rebels may be on the verge of toppling President Bashar al-Assad's regime. The rebels keep pushing deeper south. They say they're now at the gates of Damascus. Of course, that's...
And what's amazing is that this title was a literal quote from the U.S. I don't know if it was like the DOD or the State Department or the White House, but it was a literal statement from them saying that the U.S. believes that the Assad regime will fall in days. And this was literally from this was about 26, 27 hours ago that this story dropped.
His capital. And at this moment, conflicting reports about where President Assad actually is. For more on all of this, CNN's Nick Robertson is joining us now live from London. Nick, what is the latest?
Yeah, Jessica, sources I'm talking to are saying that rebels have essentially been looking for Assad in the capital, and he is not in the places that they would have expected him to be. This was not the sort of main bulk of their forces that we now see poised at the northern outskirts of Damascus, and we see rebel forces who've come from the south as well in some of the sort of southern suburbs. Damascus is a really, really large city. You know, you can travel an hour to get to the far outside of it if the traffic is heavy. What we are seeing right now is the army deserting their posts, the police deserting their posts right around the capital, and the rebels converging on it. And these rebel elements that have already been inside, essentially on reconnaissance efforts inside the capital, are not seeing Assad where they would expect him to see him, or not seeing indications.
Yeah, and even here people were looking, like you saying, for Assad at this point, not finding him in his usual hangouts. Unusual for Assad. Oh yeah, we'll be talking about who's replacing him at some point here soon. This is fascinating. This whole thing is shocking. I'm still trying to what's the word? Like, digest all of this, because it's like it is insane to like. I felt like we were still trying to unpack what was going on at this point, like yesterday, like with all the different forces, like still trying to get everybody to get a grasp on what all was happening with this, and now it's like at this point where essentially the SDF is kind of claiming the country at this point, or at least the part of the country which the Syrian army controlled.
Of him. They don't know where he is. They say that they're searching for him. They don't know if he's in Damascus still, if he has somewhere else in the country.
Who's taking control? All right, I'll quickly clue you all in. The people that are taking control are the SDF, who are essentially people who used to be Al-Qaeda, but now say that they are not affiliated with Al-Qaeda anymore, and they're no longer religious extremists. They actually just want a chill theocracy. They said it on a CNN interview about 2 days ago. We watched that too, and it, like that's basically who's going to be. It's former Al-Qaeda members who now want chill theocracy with institutions and I still haven't heard the word democracy yet, so I don't want to jump too far ahead, but basically supposed institutions. I don't know exactly what those institutions would be. Haven't heard any specifics on it yet.
Or even if he has left the country, they just don't have concrete information about it. But for sure, he's not in the places they would expect him to be, which really shows the signs here that Assad appears to recognize that his grip on power is loosening, and potentially really here, may have less than days in reality to have a grip on the country. If the Damascus wakes up tomorrow morning, finds rebels move from the outside into the center of the city, he effectively has lost control.
Look at this beautiful picture here. It says dad and the son. Immortalized, well, for a time.
Over the capital.
Till people ripped it down.
And we don't know what he may keep under his control at this time.
It is truly incredible, and just to watch how quickly this is all played out. Nick, as President Trump is overseas tonight, he's also making his position known on what he believes the U.S. involvement in Syria.
Yeah, and Donald Trump thinks the U.S. shouldn't be involved in Syria, shouldn't get involved. Actually, it's not be involved. He doesn't actually seem to think that the U.S. is involved, even though we have troops on the ground and have multiple, like, essentially outposts inside of Syria. He seems to think we're not there right now, and he hopes that we don't get involved. Here's the quote. Opposition fighters in Syria, in an unprecedented move, have totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the outskirts of Damascus, obviously preparing to make a very big move towards taking out Assad. Russia, because they are so tied up in Ukraine and with the loss of something or other, this thing can't happen to them. There was never such of a benefit in Syria for Russia, other than to make Obama look really stupid. In any event, Syria is a mess, but is not our friend, and all caps, the United States should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. Now, of course, we are, like I said, involved. We have troops on the ground right now, have been there for years, fighting ISIS, supposedly.
Stand back and let them finish up there. The US does have forces inside the very northwest of Syria. They are backing and supporting and backed by a large, mostly Kurdish rebel faction there.
Okay, now let's move it along. What else we got? That was CNN. That means we're here. Let's look at this. ABC News from a day ago. Syrian rebels breach the suburbs of capital city Damascus.
To the Middle East now, Syrian insurgents have breached the suburbs of Damascus. It's all part of a rapidly moving offensive that has seen them take over some of Syria's largest cities. It's the first time opposition forces have reached the outskirts of the Syrian capital since 2018. This comes after the Syrian army withdrew from much of southern Syria, leaving more areas of that country under the control of opposition fighters. ABC's Lama Hassan joins us live now. Lama, these rebels are closing in on multiple points. What more are we learning about it?
Yeah, hey, Phil. So, look, the situation on the ground in Syria is changing, and it's changing quite rapidly. Here's what we know. We understand that the coalition of Islamist rebel groups led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is affiliated to al-Qaeda, they're also known as HTS, they are now closing in on the capital, Damascus. And according to reports, they are less than 5 miles from the center of the capital. There is video showing a crowd toppling a statue of Hafiz al-Assad. That's, of course, the current President Bashar al-Assad's father. On Friday, the rebels were advancing south, approaching Syria's third largest city of Homs. The Reuters news agency saying that according to their sources on the ground, they entered Homs fighting in northern and eastern suburbs of the city. There are also reports that the Syrian government forces have pulled out from some of the suburbs in Damascus. And Phil, just to illustrate how fluid the situation is, the Israeli military says they have been helping UN forces after they came under attack from armed individuals in the Golan Heights. The IDF saying that they've reinforced their forces there, and a reminder that Israel seized the Golan Heights from Syria during the 1967 Six-Day War, Phil.
Lama, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has come out and said he's not fled the country, but do this, put this conflict into perspective. How are other wars around the world likely to impact all of this, and why is the U.S. keeping such a close eye on it?
Yeah, look, this is hugely significant because back in 2011, during the Arab Spring, there was a massive revolt and there were pro-democracy protests on the streets. They were trying to overthrow the president. They weren't able to overthrow the president. Their rebels now feel that they have the momentum and their ultimate goal is to...
Yeah, they do seem to have the momentum, and this whole time they've been saying they plan to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. Now, this was a day ago at the UN, where Syria's envoy called for orderly political transition in Syria. Now, this was before Syrian rebels had actually made it to the center of Damascus. Wait, hold on. Is that it? Yeah.
Rapid advance of Syrian rebels is creating shockwaves across the region. Foreign ministers and senior diplomats from 8 key countries are now holding an emergency meeting. This was not planned ahead of time. It's taking place on the sidelines of an international summit, the Doha Forum. Key players in Syria are involved here. This includes Russia, this includes Iraq, the Iranians, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the host country. These are high-level talks, and there is a shared interest here in finding a way forward. The UN's envoy for Syria called on the international community, called on these players to begin talking about a transition in Syria. They're talking about the potential post-Assad period for this country. One thing that people are not talking about, nobody seems to know where the Syrian leader Bashar Assad is. Those who do know aren't saying.
Bashar missing in action. Perhaps it's because of this. Syrian rebels entering the capital.
We have been hearing these reports from the rebel groups themselves. Also, our colleagues at Associated Press and Reuters are reporting that Al-Assad has been seen fleeing the country and that the rebels have entered.
Night and day in comparison, Zelensky and Assad? Who is comparing Zelensky and Assad? That's a very strange comparison. I would say one of the strangest ones I've heard all night.
That Al-Assad has been seen fleeing the country and that the rebels have entered Damascus. What do you make of these reports, and what do we know for a fact right now?
Well, I think that everybody was expecting that this was going to happen last night, local time. There was a sense that the fall of the regime was imminent, but I still think people are in shock about just how quickly this has come about when you think of this rebel advance, you know, starting less than 2 weeks ago. But there was a pattern in that in the other cities that the rebel groups have taken, so Aleppo in the north and Hama.
All right, let's keep this going. This is showing Syrian rebel fighters storming the presidential palace of President Assad. Wow, this is quite a place. Jesus. Looks like... It's like if, what's his name? Who's the guy from the Superman with the Crystal Palace? It's like that. It's like a Crystal Palace but made of marble. Look at this place. 70 years of sort of political dictatorship will get you some nice stuff. My God. Looks like someone ransacked this place. That's what it seems like. I'll bet that it was multiple people, including Assad himself, grabbing stuff and shoving it into, I don't know, a Louis Vuitton bag for jumping on the G6.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning, I'm Victor Blackwell.
Good to be with you. I'm Amara Walker. There's major breaking news in Syria as we are coming to air this morning. A lightning-fast rebel offensive ending 50 years of authoritarian rule in Syria. Just overnight, rebel forces say Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad fled Damascus as they took control of the capital, and he has not been seen since this morning.
You hear it there. The news met with celebration across Syria and beyond. The gunfire there in celebration as rebel supporters cheered in the streets and they tore down monuments to the Assad.
I'm pretty sure, I'm not an expert, I'm pretty sure this guy is holding this backwards, and if it was loaded, everybody would be dead. It could be wrong. It's not a blunderbuss. I'm pretty sure it's a rocket launcher.
You hear it there. The news met with celebration across Syria and beyond. The gunfire there in celebration as rebel supporters cheered in the streets and they tore down monuments to the Assad family. We have new video in this morning. It shows rebels escorting Syria's prime minister reportedly to a hotel to officially hand over government authority. Shortly before that, the prime minister released this message. He said he was ready to work with new leadership.
Damn, dude. So yeah, I mean, if you didn't notice what was going on there, that was the Syrian prime minister being escorted essentially out of office. So I mean, this coup is essentially all but done. Pretty incredible. Just this lightning speed in which all this took place.
Ready to cooperate with any leadership the people choose, offering all possible support to ensure a smooth and systematic transition of government functions, preserving state facilities.
The prime minister said this happened very quickly, with rebels sweeping through the country since launching the offensive last week. And they claim to have captured 4 cities in a single day before reaching Damascus. And now the rebels are questioning Syrian military officers and others trying to find Bashar al-Assad. Even they made it here, you can see, inside his palace. We begin our team coverage.
Wow, his presidential palace has automatic doors, huh?
Who is live in Doha. Christian, to you, with this rapid advance and overthrow, as we welcome in a new audience at the top of the hour, just set the context for us, what this means for the Syrian people, for the larger region, and, you know, so.
Okay, we're going to keep this moving. Let's go here now. This is from 14 hours ago. Footage of Syrian army soldiers surrendering. And you can see these guys are SDF. They're flying under the, I think this is actually the original flag of Syria, technically. But the one with the red stripe is the Ba'ath party flag.
سوف تعلم دروس الحضارة، دروس العطاء، دروس الإباء للعالم.
They're all covered in dust. Must be like from driving through the desert in Syria from town to town. Right, it's the pre-1950s flag. Right. Because the Ba'ath Party made it into power like 1948 or something like that. A lot of crazy things happened in 1948, didn't they? It's a weird year for the world. 2024 is trying to be pretty weird lately, too.
Gunshots rang out in celebration across Syria's capital on Sunday as rebel forces declared they had seized control of Damascus and thrown out President Bashar al-Assad. That spells an end to the Assad family's iron-fisted rule and comes after more than 13 years of civil war in a seismic moment for the Middle East. After mounting a sudden advance a week ago, the rebels on Sunday announced on state TV that they had toppled the president, calling him tyrant. The Syrian rebel coalition said in a statement it was working to complete the transfer of power to a transitional governing body with full executive powers. It added that, quote, "The Great Syrian Revolution has moved from the stage of struggle to overthrow the Assad regime to the struggle to build a Syria together that befits the sacrifices of its people." Assad, who had crushed all forms of dissent, flew out of Damascus for an unknown destination early on Sunday, according to army sources. Russia's foreign ministry later said in a statement Assad had left the country after giving orders for a peaceful handover of power.
That's how you do it peacefully. You run away. You get in your G6 and you fly off. But yeah, according to the army themselves, I believe is the Syrian army, which was under Bashar al-Assad's control, are the ones who are reporting that he left the country on his own plane earlier today, essentially, or Sunday, technically. It's crazy.
As people celebrated the government's collapse in cities such as Aleppo, Syrian Prime Minister Mohammed Ghazi al-Jalali said he had been in contact with rebel commander Abu Mohammed al-Golani to discuss managing the transitional period. That marks a notable development in efforts to shape Syria's political future. The Prime Minister also called for free elections so Syrians can choose the leaders they want. But that would require a smooth transition in a country with complex competing interests from Israel.
It also requires some democracy happening too. We'll see if any of those things do happen. It'll be interesting to see what gets decided here. It's all if the what do you call it? If the rumors are true that they're working with the Kurds as well, I mean, who knows what's going to wind up happening here. Syria might be redrawn, or maybe there'll be a true one-state solution. I don't know.
To groups linked to the United States, Russia and Turkey. Assad's ouster is a major blow to the influence of Russia and Iran in the region. They were key allies who propped him up in the long-running conflict's critical moments. The pace of events has stunned Arab capitals and raised fears of a new wave of regional instability.
Because if you're somehow not aware, I wouldn't be shocked also because of how quickly this is all gone. And you might not have had time to brush up on your Syrian history. The fact is the Kurds have always wanted their own state. They've never gotten it, no matter how many times the area has been redrawn, whether after World War I or World War II. There's a Zoroastrian religious group that, you know, they still technically kind of rule the north. It's not really a state though, and it's like, you know, it should be interesting to see what all manifests here, especially with the SDF's former sort of like it's their beginnings of, you know, religious extremism, which I don't think would include the, you know, you get what I'm saying here? Like there's going to be some hurdles to get over. Speaking of Al-Qaeda,
Bashar Assad left Syria, a farm for Iran's greed. This victory, my brothers, is for the Islamic nation. These were the first words of the insurgency leader known as Abu Mohammed al-Golani that brought 50-year rule of the Assad family to an end. His real name is Ahmed al-Shara.
It was basically autonomous since like 2016. I think that's right, essentially. But not, once again, not a state, right? It's still part of Syria. So while they're self-governing, it's not like they get like a seat at the UN, Kurdistan. That doesn't exist, right?
The 2-year-old led the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham militant group, and now he is the one to decide what comes next for Syria and how it will be governed. Started his quest years ago as an Islamic jihadist that had ties with Al-Qaeda, al-Shara has rebranded himself as a tolerant and moderate person who believes in decentralized government.
Decentralized
Despite
government.
his attempts at moderation, doubts remain about his...
I heard some crypto ears perk up somewhere. Did you say decentralized? We should see just how uncentralized that government is when it all comes to fruition. I'm remaining slightly skeptical about it, but could be good. Could be good. Although in his interview on CNN, if you were here to watch it, I mean, he was still talking about an Islamic form of governance, right? So to me, that does lead me to question what that will include. Now let's look at some of the celebrations that have been going on around the world as there's Syrian refugees far and wide. People celebrated in the streets of the respective countries in which they live. And I guess we'll start here. The Guardian on some of that. You already saw this one. Whatever. This is also in Syria, in Kamishli, Istanbul, Turkey. Ankara, Turkey. We salute every free person. This is in Beirut, Lebanon. We are happy that Assad is gone. Also in Lebanon, Majdal Anjar. It's in Germany, Berlin. Manchester, United Kingdom. Look at these two guys. They're crying and singing in the streets. Wow. It's something to see two grown men crying in the streets. Athens, Greece. Okay.
The Syrian government has fallen after an insurgency swept across the country and ended Bashar al-Assad's 24-year rule over Syria and ultimately ending the Assad family's 50-year control of the country. Now, Syria has been mired in conflict since 2011, but this insurgency just took 10 days to make it across major cities and into the heart of Damascus. Today, in the capital, in Umayyad Square, people are celebrating, shooting celebratory gunfire, parading around in their cars, scenes we have not witnessed since anti-government protests in Syria started in 2011. People have broken into prisons across the country, finding political prisoners and other people that have gone missing for years. When the Assad family ruled the country, people broke into the presidential palace, tearing down portraits of the former president and posing in the lavish halls. It is truly a moment of joy for many Syrians, that's clear. But there are many questions over Syria's fate.
Look at this guy. Get a photo of me in the chair.
That Syria can have a peaceful and smooth political transition into a chapter where we'll have long-term security and prosperity. However, there are many political
there's something very human about that. I don't know why. It's just hilarious. All right. That's great. Let's see here. Now, I only put that in there to sort of segue us into the massive amount of footage I have of different people in all sorts of places continuing these celebrations. Let's go back to the United Kingdom. Forbes breaking news from 12 hours ago. All right, we got more footage from the UK. I think they do some interviews in this one. Well, there's a lot of people out here. How many refugees from Syria have there been?
To tell the world how much we are happy, how much we are relieved. At least we've got what we want. All people in Syria were struggling under that regime, that brutal regime, who killed, tortured, and took the power for him and his family. Nothing for Syria. And today, our happiness, we can share it. And if we share it, it will cover the world and go to the moon and beyond. We are so happy. And this is one of the traditional...
It looks delicious. Just want to read this. I just looked this up. This is the UNHCR report from March 13th, 2024. Since 2011, more than 14 million Syrians have been forced to flee their homes in search of safety. And more than 7.2 million Syrians remain internally displaced in their own country. What a grim picture that is. That's 21 million displaced people. In a country of like, what, 50 million people? I forget how many people are in Syria. Easy to forget, I suppose. The Syria population. Wait, that can't be right. I guess over time. Oh my god. And there's that big drop right there. Oh my god. So basically a third of Syria's population left, and then 1/3 of the remaining population is internally displaced.
In Syria, so we are trying to do everything we can do to make all people happy.
I mean, it's been a dream. We still feel like a dream, but it became true now. We are finally, like, we have a free country. Hopefully, we'll go back and just rebuild everything again. Yeah, it's been very tough. Like, I've been outside for nearly 12 years now, and we are just very happy now, celebrating.
Yeah, all right. As this next one is showing stuff that was going on in Turkey and Greece at Syria's embassy. So yeah, the other flag represented the Ba'ath Party, Bashar al-Assad's regime, and is now gone. Okay, the rest is just showing you empty flagpoles, no more Syrian flags. Let's go now to Austria. Austria? Yes. In Vienna. So yeah, people seemed more than thrilled to come out into the streets and celebrate all of this. This is now in Brussels. My God, they just completely stopped traffic. Look at this. Wow. It's almost like we're watching the same sort of gathering, even though it's all over the world. All right, now let's go back to talking about what this all means for the future. What's going on the ground in Syria, as stuff has been going on since then. Let's go here. 10 hours ago, CBC News. Talk about the dynamics of the Middle East. With this all having taken place now.
For more analysis, I'm now joined by Broderick MacDonald. He's an associate fellow with the International Centre for the Study of Radicalization at King's College London. Thanks very much for being on the program today. I want to start by asking you your thoughts on what's taken place over the last couple of days here and what you think happens now.
Thanks, Linda. It's been an unbelievable couple of days. The HTS offensive began, and it really didn't initially look like it would get further than Aleppo. I mean, even the Aleppo outskirts were what they were initially hoping for. They wanted to increase that buffer zone around their home base in Idlib, and that was really the extent of it. But as they went, they kept running into less and less resistance. Many of the Iranian, Russian, Hezbollah proxies that had propped up the Assad regime just collapsed or were already missing by the time they got there. And so they just kept pushing through to Aleppo, which is Syria's second largest city, down to Hama, then Homs, then the capital.
Sorry, we already kind of know that stuff. I just want to move this along a little bit. There we go.
Eventually try to take power.
Yeah, HTS is a group that started out of the Nusra term. I mean, it's one.
That is the question we keep asking. Wondering to myself, what just happened? Why did things just black screen? Anybody see that? What is going on? That's weird. Yeah, no, I see what's going on. This is fucked up. I don't know why this is happening. I wonder if CBC is trying to copyright strike me or something. Are we live? I'm thinking CBC might be trying to copyright strike me. I can't tell. But I'm just going to move away from that for now. I'm not sure what I did to offend them. Or the YouTube gods. No, it's still lagging. Nope, still doing that. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna close this. See if maybe it's on my end. I guess it could be. We haven't had lag issues all stream. 6 hours, and now what? Now it wants to lag? Hey. Alright, let's try again, people. Let's go here and talk about what Benjamin Netanyahu has to say about all this, what he plans to do with this, you know, recently overthrown regime right next to him.
At Israel, which borders Syria, it has deployed additional forces to the occupied Golan Heights area and during the last year is understood to have carried out several airstrikes on groups which support Hamas and Hezbollah as its wars in Gaza and then Lebanon were underway. The Israeli military is also reported to have struck Syrian military compounds near Damascus early today, including weapons depots. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted these comments on the fall of the Assad regime in Syria to his social media accounts.
This is a historic day for the Middle East. The collapse of the Assad regime, the tyranny in Damascus, offers great opportunity, but also is fraught with significant dangers. This collapse is a direct result of our forceful action against Hezbollah and Iran, Assad's main supporters. It set off a chain reaction of all those who want to free themselves from this tyranny and its oppression. But it also means we have to take action.
Now, it's not just that. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu himself has done a couple of strikes in Syria recently. We talked about those.
Possible threats. One of them is the collapse of the Separation of Forces Agreement from 1974 between Israel and Syria. This agreement held for 50 years. Last night it collapsed. The Syrian army abandoned its positions. We gave the Israeli army the order to take over these positions to ensure that no hostile force embeds itself right next to the border of Israel.
Yeah, so Benjamin Netanyahu is actually, if you can't tell, pretty scared, pretty concerned about what this all means, because, of course, HTS is a Islamist fighting force, and for him, he sees that as a threat. You know, Bashar al-Assad pretty much, you know, just kept to himself. He just had his dictatorship and his Crystal Palace, and, you know, he didn't, but now will HTS keep that same agreement like he just referred back to from the cessation of fighting between Syria and Israel? Who knows? Who knows?
This is a temporary defensive position until a suitable arrangement is found. Equally, we send a hand of peace to all those beyond our border in Syria, to the Druze, to the Kurds, to the Christians, and to the Muslims who want to live in peace with Israel. We're going to follow events very carefully. If we can establish neighborly relations and a peaceful relations with the new forces emerging in Syria, that's our desire. But if we do not, we'll do whatever it takes to defend the state of Israel and the border.
Well, that was Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, let me go now to Charles Lister, who is in Doha. Sorry, we're going to go to our guest in a moment. First of all, let's hear from John Donaldson, who's got this analysis of Netanyahu's statement from Jerusalem.
Well, look, you know, after the last 14 months, Israel has a lot on its plate, but it is definitely concerned about what's happening in Syria. And I think this, basically, they are saying that they are going to seize this buffer zone that has existed between the Golan Heights and occupied Golan Heights in Syria. They're going to seize those positions. And I think ordinarily that would have been seen as hugely provocative, but certainly from Israel's perspective at the moment, it is understandable. I mean, they are very concerned about who these rebels are. They're concerned about Syria's chemical weapons falling into the wrong hands, and they don't want the rebels operating right on their border. So
yeah, so we'll see if Israel decides to, I don't know, invade Syria. It's certainly something that I feel would be on the table with this current Israeli administration. Benjamin Netanyahu needs another war to keep it going right now. So we will see just how that all goes down in the coming days, perhaps, or weeks. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Now let's go here to see what Joe Biden.
This is a historic day for the Middle East.
Nope, settle down. We already listened to you. We're going to Joe Biden now, please. What did he say about all this?
After 13 years of civil war in Syria, more than half a century of brutal authoritarian rule by Bashar Assad and his father before him, rebel forces have forced Assad to resign his office and flee the country. We're not sure where he is, but there's word that he's in Moscow. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice.
I wonder how innocent those Syrians are going to be when Israel decides to start bombing them. It should be interesting to see how that goes. Maybe that'll start after Biden leaves.
Hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice. It's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. It's also a moment of risk and uncertainty. As we all turn to the question of what comes next, the United States will work with our partners and the stakeholders in Syria to help them seize an opportunity to manage the risks. You know, for years, the main backers of Assad have been Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. But over the last week, their support collapsed, all three of them, because all three of them are far weaker today than they were when I took office. And let's remember why. After Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, 2023.
After Hamas attacked Israel, Joe Biden greenlit the money cannon and made sure Israel could do whatever the fuck they want. I imagine there is an actual, it's not a figurative money cannon, it's a literal money cannon, I assume. Alright, let's go here. And if you're wondering, it's not a cannon made of money, that's stupid. It's a cannon that shoots money, of course. You need money, we've got the cannon, we can shoot it to you as fast as possible. All right, let's go back to people celebrating. Here's people in Lebanon. Now, of course, Lebanon and Syria are right next to each other. At times, Lebanese people, as we've seen recently, have fled their country to go to Syria, and in the past, vice versa. So there's a great deal of solidarity there, and probably a great number of Syrians, perhaps, here as well. Has anybody checked to see if I've started a new stream? Wait, what do you mean? The stream's not going? What in the fuck are you talking about? The stream... Hold on, we're taking a pause. People are saying they don't see. So yeah, if you're not, if you're hearing this now, make sure that you're live on the stream. I don't know what else to tell people who haven't refreshed the stream, because you probably can't hear me. But hopefully everybody's now live and watching the stream. I feel we've been suppressed by someone. I don't know who, but we got fucked. We lost like half our viewers because of this goddamn repression that we're dealing with.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Incredibly hurt. Okay. Let's go back.
بحييكم 14 سنة من العذاب الحمد لله الله أكبر.
As you can see, people were pretty stoked in Lebanon. Alright, let's go on now to this. Back to
In Syria, there are reports of a seismic change toppling the country's government. Syrian state TV has aired a statement saying President Bashar al-Assad has been overthrown, and outside monitors claim he has fled the country after rebel troops entered Damascus.
تم بحمده تعالى تحرير مدينة دمشق وإسقاط الطاغية بشار الأسد وإطلاق سراح جميع المعتقلين المظلومين من سجون النظام. إن غرفة عمليات فتح دمشق تهيب بالإخوة المجاهدين والمواطنين والحفاظ على جميع ممتلكات الدولة السورية الحرة.
Sorry, I should be translating for you, and that's my bad. He's basically saying that thank be to God, they have taken all of Syria, and that everywhere people are calling on the Mujahideen brothers and citizens to preserve all of the properties of the free Syrian state. Long live a free and independent Syria for all Syrians of all sects. For years, we've been waiting for this day. We've been resisting. We have been enduring. We have been holding on. And we have been waiting for this day until the regime fell. And finally, the regime has fallen. From now on, the Syrian people are one. The Syrian people are one. Our happiness is immense. It is priceless, thank God. We have no losses and no one has harmed anyone. We are just happy with our victory. We're also happy for the prisoners who have been released after years in prison. May God protect them and grant them victory. I mean, it kind of was a bloodless coup. Almost. Aside from a couple of strikes that we saw Russia make, Syrian army make. It has been I mean, the lack of gunfire that we saw, the lack of, I mean, it's shocking. It truly is shocking just how speedily this happened. This was not the outcome I was guessing was going to happen. I didn't think we'd be seeing photos, videos like this. This is crazy. Let's take a look at some drone video. Aerial footage which captures Syrians returning to Damascus. Look at this. It is insane. It's like 17 lanes of cars. Alright, not that much. It's like a dozen lanes. There's 3 on the right, at least 4 or 5 in the middle, and another 4 on the left, and then more feeding into them. It's like, it is insane. And it goes for what appears to be at least a mile or more. Hard to say, because I don't have access to this this drone footage. I can't say where it stops and starts, but miles perhaps. Just miles and miles of cars returning to Syria. People were saying it. I didn't quite take them seriously, like in the UK and wherever else, where they were saying, oh, great, we're leaving now. We're going back to Syria, and we're going to restart. And I was like, okay, sure you are. I mean, UK is pretty nice too, but I mean, I'm not saying these people are driving from the UK. What I'm saying is, look at this reaction. It is insane. I feel like the Syria's population is about to increase by like a couple million. It's almost indescribable. It's like watching an entire population. It's a reverse exodus. It's the Great Return. These people look like they're just camping out. They're like, ah, fuck it. We're not going to make it. Like, is that not what that looks like? Come on. Go back. Hey, go back. You can't tell me that's not what that looks like. It's just like a group of people in the middle of the road like, you know what? Maybe we should just take a break. I don't think we're going to get there tonight. This is wild. Like, look at these images. Oh my god. Well, traffic is blocked up on the 404 going into Syria. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, wow. I think, actually, no, let's go to this. There's some footage here of Israel's blockade that they've already set up in the Golan Heights, of course, occupied, formerly Syrian Golan Heights. Oh, it's expanding the occupation zone. How great. So that means it's in Syria, you're saying? How good. They've already decided to, maybe take a little extra bit of Syria here while we're here. Might as well. Should be interesting to see how Syria reacts to a part of their country suddenly disappearing. I'm sure no one will have any problems with that. Now, let's see something I was not expecting. I don't think any of us were probably expecting to see happening, but news crews have started to cross into Syria. CNN was apparently the first over the line.
Moments ago, Clarissa and her team spoke to us from inside the Syrian capital of Damascus. Here is some of what she told us.
It's a little bit eerie, certainly, and there's definitely a sense when you talk to people that they're delighted, but they're cautious, they're concerned. What comes next? Will there be chaos? Will there be lawlessness? Will we see more looting like we saw today? But if you have that other clip pulled up, I just would love our viewers to be able to see the scene at that border crossing as we pass through it. Again, it was already dark, already past curfew, very, very quiet, and just nothing like we've seen it before. The only real evidence we saw, Wolf, of any struggle to finally take Damascus, to finally ouster Bashar al-Assad, was a tank in the road below a torn poster of President, or I should say former President, Bashar al-Assad. Take a look at that clip if you can.
She's got jokes.
So we're just crossing now into Syria. It's astonishing to see. It's absolutely empty. The border points before, there would have been soldiers, there would have been border guards. Now there is absolutely nobody from the Syrian regime. Just a few friendly people waving us through. And honestly, the last time I came down this road was back in 2011. I was leaving Syria. I had been undercover in Damascus, posing as a tourist, went back into Lebanon, and I never would imagine this moment would come when we would be driving through this border with no one from the regime to stop us.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting this video coming anytime soon. CNN inside Damascus, the capital of Syria, the former stronghold of Bashar al-Assad. All of it's not really making any sense. All right, let's go to BBC, see if they make more sense right now. Just kidding. But yeah, let's go to BBC. They made it into Damascus as well.
Meant to stay in the Middle East. The family dynasty that controlled Syria for more than half a century is no longer in power, with President Bashar al-Assad having fled the country as rebel forces closed in on the capital, Damascus. Thousands of people celebrated in the main square, chanting freedom after the rebels seized control, seemingly bringing to an end a civil war that's lasted 13 brutal years. But when the end came, it came quickly. The speed of the rebel victory astonishing. It was only on Tuesday that the city of Aleppo was captured in a shock offensive. Then by the weekend, they had full control of Homs, and the province of Darra was in their grasp. Then overnight, the rebels entered the capital, meeting almost no resistance. Well, Barbara Plett-Usher, who was the first Western journalist to enter Damascus as the city fell, reports now on a day of high drama. We have full coverage for you with Steve Rosenberg in Moscow, where Russia says President Assad has been given asylum. We'll hear from Jeremy Bowen on the repercussions for the wider Middle East, and Frank Gardner will explain who the rebels are. But first, here's Barbara's report.
This is an extraordinary moment, a seismic change in Syria's balance of power. The strong man of Damascus, Bashar al-Assad, is gone. Rebels have declared victory. We were the first Western journalists to reach the capital just hours after it fell.
This is where people are celebrating in the central Umayyad Square. Civilians and rebels, you can hear the sound of celebratory gunfire. People are driving around in their cars. They're giving me peace signs. They're saying that life is going to be so much better now that Bashar al-Assad is gone. But there is a mix of joy and fear in the city. There are those who supported Bashar al-Assad, who felt they were protected by him, and now they're wondering what is going to happen.
Here, I spoke to people who have long been waiting for his downfall. Thank you, she says. The tyrant has fallen. The tyrant has fallen. Many of her family died under President Assad's rule, some in prison.
My cousin, my son, my family, all of them.
How are you feeling?
It's an indescribable feeling. We're so happy. After all the years of dictatorship we've lived through, we were in prison in 2014 and now we're out, thank God. We won because of our men and our fighters, and now we're at the moment that we're going to build the greatest Syria.
The old Syria has gone with breathtaking speed, the army melting away in the face of the rebel advance. Last week it was Aleppo, yesterday the city of Homs, last night the outskirts of Damascus. When they arrived, the rebels went straight to a notorious prison to set the inmates free.
Now, that notorious prison they're talking about, I'm pretty sure is filled with ISIS fighters. But also some political prisoners, too. It's complicated.
Today, their leader took a victory tour of Damascus, visiting the historic Umayyad Mosque. Abu Muhammad Jolani, head of the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. My colleague Faraz Kalani was there for BBC Arabic.
A historic moment in every sense of the word. Ahmad al-Shar' Abu Muhammad Julani here for the first time in the great Umayyad Mosque.
The rebel commander has been playing down past links to Al-Qaeda, saying he wants to build a Syria for all its people. From the Syrian Prime Minister, also a message of calm.
We're all concerned about this country and its institutions and facilities. I'm here in my home, and I do not intend to leave it except in a peaceful manner in order to ensure the...
Okay, we already heard what the PM had to say. We are getting down to the last two videos, I think. Yeah, last two. Great job, everybody. Fantastic effort for you making it this far. Let's go to this. This may or may not shock you, but Israel decided, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in Syria. We should be more involved. And aside from taking that little extra buffer zone, they've also decided to strike inside Damascus after rebels have taken it. It is believed that this is the building that was struck. Immigration and something else. I don't know why they decided to strike this building in particular. Appears to be a governmental building of some kind. But it's almost like Israel's immediately trying to start war with Syria, while the US is talking about democracy in Syria and it being a new country. But Israel, no, no, no. No, no, no. That's not what they think. They think it's a new Israel. All right, now let's go here. This is the head of HTS speaking to fighters, telling them to return to their bases. This was from 6 hours ago. Tomorrow morning, when institutions start to conduct their businesses of service, security, and policemen, I hope from everyone who carries a weapon to go to his base and to commit to his division, battalion, or brigade. We will not accept or allow the chaos of arms appearing or firing on the streets at all. I mean, that's a good message. No weapons on the streets. Everybody go bring all your gear back to your bases. I think that's actually maybe the best message I've heard from him this whole time. That would lead me to think that maybe we will get a peaceful transition of power in Syria, so long as Israel doesn't have anything to say about it. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for tonight. Well, we got through another one. It was very difficult and quite long, but thankfully we had each other. It's gonna be it for me tonight, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Uh-oh, where's my face? What's happening to me? Oh, there I am. Hello. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Punk, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanob, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork's Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. Also, want to shout out to anonymous new galactic patrons who I saw join in the last 24 hours. Haven't added to you yet because I forgot to send you your galactic pamphlet upon entering, but just want to say I appreciate you and we'll get you on that list super soon. Actually, yeah, no, that's what I want to listen to right now. It's true.